Hello chat and welcome back to Of the Devil. Hello Daisy, hello Verbena, hello again.
Duh, Leopold Devil.
Hello. Welcome. So,
Thank you.
we should probably start with the bonus scenarios. That's what I'm thinking. I think that's what we agreed on last time. London, Reyes, Carlos, and Morgan interviews.
You actually said neither last time. You just said, "Will." I don't know what you said. You just said. You just asked.
I was leaning more towards doing the interviews first by the end of it.
I hoped you were.
We'll do this before episode 1. So this game is like Ace Attorney style, definitely. It has a lot of visual novel elements too. Oh yeah, I customized my phone at the end of last stream. Look at that. If you're interested in this game yourself, I highly recommend checking it out before seeing my streams. And also, if you're a VOD watcher, if you haven't seen episode 0, which was the first part, you probably should, because there's gonna be context in there. I feel like. So last time we were here, we managed to prove our client's innocence. We managed to prove that they are not the Heartbreak Killer, and we learned that we are the Heartbreak Killer. At the moment, motives-wise, as far as I know, Morgan is just doing what she does because she can. We'll have to see if that gets developed on. Yeah, to the third person viewing, you should play this game blind. Let's start with London interview. My network files capture video interviews London 01.
Basically just saying, get the fuck out of my stream and play it for yourself.
Well, that's how you know a game is good. You want to interview me? It's very flattering, but aren't there more lively folks around here for you to question? I had considered that, so I'm not your first choice. You are the first one who hasn't walked away. Come to think of it, I should probably... So, what are your 3 sizes? Have you been opening with that? Should I not? Is this Android? I think it's the same speech sound as Android. I think the interviewer here is Android from the end of episode 0. Carly's friend, whose name I can never remember, you should also play blind, but it's a tad too late.
I feel like I'm playing blind through her.
They are playing through me, through my arms, through my bones.
Sonic the Hedgehog is controlling me.
So, is the universe controlling Sonic the Hedgehog through my body? Yes. I think the craziest part of that is that the fucking philosopher answered, yes, the universe is playing Sonic the Hedgehog through you. That's the funniest bit. Do you have any pets? Afraid not. Would need 1 or 2 or 3 promotions to afford that kind of thing. Are pets that expensive? Only if you care about them. Maybe if I found a place closer to the park. Have you ever owned any automated dependents? Not at the chance. Would you own one if you could? Maybe one of the little vacuum ones. A Cleanovac! Better yet.
Oh.
Anything more complicated than that is... If you find the owner's manuals intimidating, there are video-based tutorials I could show you. I'm not worried about the easy use, don't worry. When I say complicated, I mean... It's like what I said about pets. Finally leave a goldfish in a tiny bowl. Damn, it takes a swim half a lap, forgotten what the first half looks like. Not a very tall hierarchy of needs there. Easy to please. But a cat? A dog? I want to be at work thinking about how bored they are sitting at home. And today's ads are a lot smarter than dogs about most things. That's a very thoughtful perspective, Detective London. It's a moot point anyway. I need to get hit by a city bus to afford any of the new stuff Noble's selling. No, you're thinking of the sheltered generation. Sheltered as in sheltered upbringing? Or shelter in place? There was a lot of uncertainty during their childhood. So when they grew up, they wanted surety, safety, stability. Wanted to know that their heat would stay on in the winter. And that politics reflected that. That was all before my time. My generation is a little more, well... Generation Zen. That's what they called us in their think pieces. Generation Zen. Even-tempered, mentally strong, and more than a little cynical. You disagree? It wasn't a matter of mindfulness, we just grew up without false expectations. Our vision wasn't clouded with illusions about impossibilities like home ownership or retirement. We realized early on that we'd be working right up until we'd... Detective? Unrealistic expectations. Some people call that hope. To see your friends, your classmates, drowning every day in that kind of mire, and then have to listen to people 3 times your age going about how enlightened today's youth are. Gen Zen. It's not a name I'm particularly fond of. So how long have you been in law enforcement? Too long. And how long have you been with the homicide department? Not that long by comparison. Sorry, don't mean to be overly vague. If you really want to know, I spent the bulk of my career over in arson. Was it different from homicide? Flashier, I'd say. Everyone jokes that homicide solved themselves in a city with this many cameras. Meanwhile, fraud and disinfo are so entrenched in a tech arms race that they barely come up for air. But arson really hasn't changed much in the modern era. Fire's still very good at destroying evidence. You can't expect the drone net to sweep in the burnt rubble and bring you back out the culprit's fingerprints and driver's license. It's a lot of lead work, a lot of interviewing. And since more than half the culprits we caught were burners helping Megs commit insurance fraud, we spent a lot of time making friends and enemies in high-rise corporate boardrooms. Megs? Oh my god, it's Meg. Just slang for mega corporations, which is also just slang. At what size does a corporation become mega? It's not real about gross revenue or how many countries you operate in. If you're big enough to crush people, you're a meg. An apex predator among apex predators. That feels like a Calamity Mod sentence. If this sentence is like straight up in Calamity Mod somewhere, it wouldn't fucking surprise me. Like the Otodus Megalodon of the Miocene epoch. Hey, that's... Wait, is that where it comes from? So why are you working in the homicide department? What's that? Why'd you leave arson? The smoke. The smoke? Just got to a point where I couldn't stand the smell.
Ah ha ha!
Oh. Playback complete.
So that's why I'm so fixated on your smoke smell.
And because it was trying to fucking hint you preemptively towards that you could smell the gunpowder. God, that was crazy. I want to see Ray's again. I miss her. She was so fucking fun last episode. Okay, you can start now that my desktop's censored. So, for the record, your full name is... Farah Reyes. And how is that pronounced? Like how I just said it? Farah Reyes. Thank you. Your birthday is October 19th. And how do you take your coffee? She makes you fetch the coffee? Figures. Wait, let me guess. Councillor Morgan takes her coffee black. No, decaf. Like a real psychopath. Decaf, yes. Sometimes with milk. Nice, that's even worse. And you, detective? With 2 sugars and a bottle of water, now that I've got this. You mean your eye? When did you have it modded? After I learned I was getting promoted to detective, and before I realized I was getting promoted to homicide. Do you regret it? No. Would have wanted it for work eventually. Takes me a while longer to pay off than expected. Well, I'm hardly the only person my age walking around with a death socketed onto them. I see. What are your likes? My likes? Pretty broad ask, don't you think? In that case, perhaps you'd find it easier to describe your dislikes? Small plates. Oh. I hate that dinner by 1,000 cut shit. I see. And I dislike cheap people. And liars. And lawyers. Lawyers? The smug, prideful, the built by the minute greed personified. Like their time is so goddamn important. And they're annoying, and pale, and smug. Should I put down smug twice? So what do you like, detective? Do you have hobbies? Areas of interest? Well... automotive history, maybe. Automotive history. Oh, could you say more about that? I guess I could talk about it a little bit. The following section has been altered from its original format. It has been edited for... time. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is she acoustic? Hackwood, which was supposed to be a luxury version of a pickup truck, as if there's a market for that. It's so stupid, I love it. And... this the chrome, a purplish bluish chromish colour. The copyright was so intense that just mixing the paint was illegal for... naturally aspirated. Can you imagine? I see. Do you own a car yourself? This android just sat there and let her talk for that long. She's definitely acoustic. You're joking, right? I'd rather eat asphalt than buy an EV with my hard-earned money. The following section has also been altered. It's been edited for... time. Strong language. 4 rotors and a computer chip. That's not engineering, that's barely even programming. And... as if acceleration was all embedded. Any race longer than 2 seconds and... simulated engine noise. Big white square. Who in their right mind? Autism to autism communication. The android is the listener. I believe that fills out your dislike section. So... what is your favorite drink? Dark and Stormy's pretty good. How do you make that? Ginger beer, rum, and a lot of lime juice. You putting together a recipe book or something? Who is your hero? Well, that one's easy. Detective Crazy in London, of course. Aww. Oh. Should I relay your sentiments to him? I'm sure he'd love to hear them. Somehow I doubt that you get the tone right. Very well. In that case, what are your 3 sizes? Wait, what? The measurements for your bust, waist, and... I'm not telling you that. Where the hell are you getting these questions from? I designed my interview process to extract all the same kinds of facts that are most commonly listed online. On what websites? Open source, collaborative, community-focused databases. You mean like a wiki? Would you prefer to skip this question? Tell you what. If you can find a single person who does answer that question, I'll give you mine down to the millimeter.
Is that why they opened for London? Is that why they opened with that question for London?
Potentially. Oh god, I missed Ray's so much. Carlos. The android gets its questions from wiki feet form. God damn it. So this is like an off-boarding thing? An exit interview? Yes, it is like that. Oh. Well, that's sweet of Morgan. Still worrying about me. How'd she know I'd be here? She didn't. Why are you here? Oh. I'm hoping to get back some of my shit. Some of my stuff that the police collected as evidence. Don't tell Morgan that, by the way. Is there something embarrassing about what they seized? I miss Ray so much, girl. It's been 22 hours. You have no idea! I'm already gripped. No, it's just... I'm guessing as my lawyer... Is she still my lawyer? Well, as a lawyer, she'd probably know the exact right form to get this stuff back, but... It's okay. I wanted to do this myself. Why is that? Conquering my fears, maybe. Last time I came here, I was dragged in, strong-armed. Everything was going so fast I barely spoke. I didn't stand up for myself. If I'd been able to stop and think things through clearly, well, I could never have done what Morgan did, but maybe I wouldn't have gotten myself dug so deep. It must have been very upsetting being accused of something so terrible. I'm sure you acted just as well as anyone could be expected to. Thanks, I think. My arm? No, it's not back yet. At this point, I might be better off getting an upgrade rather than waiting for my current model to get fixed. Is that allowed? Yeah, it is. Can't downgrade, can't trade in, can't opt out. But Hindia let me upgrade anytime. Do you ever regret it? Getting modded? Sometimes. But I have a lot of regrets. Compared to some of them, buyer's remorse is... How do you deal with your buyer's remorse? Lately? Lately I've been lying face down on the floor and exhaling. Just for 30 seconds. I count to 30. And you feel better afterwards? Yeah. I like Carlos. I mean, I've seen the protests, but I've never... There's a lot of pains being a modder. Makes sense that people have loud opinions, want them heard. But we all made a choice. All signed the papers. I guess that's just it, huh? Not all of us made the choice ourselves. I got modded to help my career. Didn't need to get modded just in order to have one. But a lot of people did, and do. There was this guy who worked with us for 1 quarter. Probably a vet, but definitely didn't want to talk about it, so none of us asked. Good coworker, very gung-ho, cheery in a musclehead kind of way. It's a physical job, so there's no slouches, but he wasn't just fit, he was cut and handsome. So when he kept showing up to work with more and more mods, all of them cosmetic, I didn't get it. What's he missing? Why's a guy like that want to change about himself? Got offered full time at the end of the contract, but he said he needed someone paid better. Turns out he'd blown every paycheck at elective surgeons. A pal of mine in HR said he'd given his insurance info to 6 different clinics in the span of 4 weeks. Word is, he wasn't even using the pain pills. Sold them to some of the drivers for extra cash. That's the worst I've ever seen in. Grafting, runaway, or plastophilia, or whatever they're calling it now. But it's not the only time I've seen it. It's not like there's no incentive for it. Because there are plenty of megs out there that see people hurting like that and think, there's an ideal worker. So you work for Morgan, and you're... Wow. Lawyers must make more money than I realized. Wait, are you here to give me the bill? How much do I owe? You don't owe her anything. Her services were paid for by the state. And I happen to be forbidden from handling any kind of financials. Due to an ongoing dispute about what constitutes essential office supplies. Oh. Oh, what did they do? I hate
My
it.
fidget spinner!
Dan was always the money smart one. Pretty strict, actually. Unless you saw a fidget tubby on the shelf. You could see her eyes light up. Could hear her huffing like she just won the lottery. They're ugly cute, babe. And I would say, well, you're cute, babe. Ah! Believe it or not, she thought I was pretty suave. Ouch! That one hurt. Ow! Fuck. Morgan, why do you do this? The ad kept buying Aspiratii plushies. Oh man, could you imagine a future where Aspiratii plush becomes a thing. I don't even know who I'd go to. Definitely not you twos.
I'm about to say definitely not me. Like, what the fuck did I do? I studied the shit.
well, you're just... Well... You're gonna interview me? Here? You did say I need to practice asking better questions.
I think that's worse than saying I'm just one person.
But right now? Because you said the police would be making us wait so they feel more important for the next 20 minutes. Is there some more productive way we could spend that time? I was planning on napping. For 20 minutes? In the lobby of a police precinct? I can fall asleep anywhere. It's one of my many hidden talents. You gonna write all this down? Could you start with your name for the record? Morgan. And your first name? You should know by now that no one calls me by my first name. That's something you have control over. I wouldn't want to force the issue. How long has that been the case? As long as I care to remember. Morgan's her last name. Then what did your parents call you? The tumor. That has a certain ring to it, I have to say. That was a joke. Oh. Maybe we should have started you off with someone a little more your speed. Who better to start with than you? Someone who likes talking about themselves. You seem to talk about yourself as much as anyone else does. Or more. I tell people things about myself, it's different. Because you're lying? Now you're getting it. I like to think our first name was Morgan and her last name was Esquire. Or Counselor. It's not very polite to lie. On the contrary, telling the truth is usually rude. I'm not sure that your clients would appreciate that sentiment. We're not talking about my clients, we're talking about manners. But we were supposed to be talking about you. Look, the sooner you learn this, the better. When people ask how you are or what you've been up to, they're not looking for anything nearly so heavy as the truth. They're just following the template, and the polite thing to do is for you to follow the template as well. Here, let's practice. Hi, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Way too late. The whole point is to be on autopilot. Now you force them to grab the wheel, check their mirrors. And no one's ever grateful for the extra workload. You can be very cynical about these kind of things at times. I'm just trying to teach... I'm just trying to tell you that people are fundamentally lazy. So, if you want to be a social butterfly like me, try not to make them work too hard. Fundamentally lazy? Do you think people are fundamentally good, too? Obviously. If they weren't, they wouldn't be so easy to trick. So, are you planning on answering any of my questions about yourself? I've still got time to kill. Fire away. Will you be honest? I wouldn't want to be rude. When is your birthday? Wait, you're not trying to guess my passwords, are you? I would never commit identity fraud. Never. Not the worst way I've gone about it, actually. But December 26th. The 26th. That's almost Christmas. But almost Christmas means it's not Christmas. Your insights are always so original. Did you receive your presents on your birthday or on Christmas? Hey, hold on. I get asked this question all the fucking time. What do you mean? Did you not celebrate Christmas in your family? We did. So, did your parents give you presents on the 25th or the 26th? Well, I got Christmas presents on Christmas. I got birthday presents on my birthday. That's exactly the answer that I give all the time. Except my birthday is the day before, not the day after. So I wasn't expecting to like actually have something that's like actually resonates here, like this closely.
When I saw birthday, I was like, please have something more.
Obviously. Are all your questions going to be this strange? What is your favorite color? Oh, your question's going to be this juvenile. If you prefer something weightier, do you volunteer? No. Do you donate? Yes. What causes do you donate towards? Endangered wildlife. What's with the face? It's on auto renewal, I just haven't cancelled it yet. You've mentioned a mentor figure before. No way I ever called her a mentor. A busybody, maybe. World record holder for billable hours spent under the influence, perhaps. Or just, you know, the cougar from hell. If she dropped off on me in any way, I'd have hives. I see. Is she a smoker? Beelzebub beehive, it's flying. Leslie, do you know your 3 sizes?
And
I
under
do.
the influence.
Would you tell me? That's private. You value your privacy very highly, don't you? More like everyone else doesn't value it enough. Water's rising, the world's getting smaller, literally. Less real estate to go around. And everything's connected to everything else. These days, just wanting some time or space to yourself is considered selfish, or worse. Only the guilty have something to hide. I don't like that phrase. Laws like the Mob Act have made it so anonymity and privacy are luxuries. Privileges reserved for the privileged. And if anyone below that tax bracket tries to claw away a little bit of it for themselves, well, it can only be because they're guilty, right? Is that why you became a criminal defense attorney? To defend people's innocence? That's private. We got the interviews. Does this mean we can start episode 1? On the concept gallery. Oh! Check this! How does that hair work? Oh, good. That's good. Claw clip. Hey, that's how that hair works.
Evangeline Morgan.
Evangeline Morgan. Evangeline Morgan. Huh.
Morgan
London.
Min. Damn.
For that face. Raise.
Oh.
Detectives.
And there she is.
Flat. That's his girlfriend. London might. Raise is 12 to me, wouldn't 12? I wouldn't go that young. I'd say she's... I don't know. At a grasp, but definitely young adult. The legging halfway down. Good.
Oh.
Heartbreak killer. She looks older, but she loves Labubu's. Okay, truth nuke. Android.
Universe of Morgan's colours.
Oh. I wonder what that means.
Heaven.
Rockford me for real. Right, let's go. Episode 1. You can choose to play episode 1 in high roller mode. Is that the evil mode? You're limited to 1 save slot and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the courtroom. We're going into court now? Oh god. Quick save and auto saves will be disabled as well. I once tried making a tier list for every character in episode 0, but everyone ended up in the S tier. The minimum ante for hands will be increased, the minimum max penalties for answering incorrectly will be increased. The max ante will be increased as well, allowing you to earn the largest possible high score for credit. The ultimate decision, are you a gambler? I'm really not. Completing it will also unlock an exclusive phone charm that can't be earned any other way.
It was said last stream you are not a gambler.
Hello, Ali. You can turn High Roller off at any time, but you would have to restart the episode to turn it back on. It contains time-sensitive choices. You can double their duration or disable them entirely in settings. It contains testimony segments. Objectionable words or clauses will become red when you prepare to call on them. Oh god, we're really building on this. The text speed is weirdly slow. I think it's fine. This additional hinting can be disabled in the settings menu. You can adjust either of these features at any point without affecting your high-roller status. High Roller is intended to encourage risk-taking and discourage save scumming. Consider enabling it if you want to pursue this mystery like a true gambler. High Roller. Standard.
Perfectionist.
It's my first ever time. I think I'll go with standard to begin with.
What, you're keeping time sensitivity for the gameplay?
Probably. You picked standard. Enjoy the mystery. Disable tutorials. Just keep them for now. I don't trust myself. Listen, I wanted to thank you for coming over. Wanted to thank you for coming over?
Yes, that is what was said.
Figures you notice. Anyone could tell something's bothering you. You're the first person to say anything. What happened? The police came to see me. In public? No. They wanted to be considerate of my privacy. That's a first. No bunny suit phone charm for you, that's what it is! Alright, noted. They wanted to talk to me about the other week. About my whereabouts and yours. I told them I didn't know anything. They must have loved that. Funny. What would you have done? In your shoes? Probably cursed them out. Yeah, I can see that. Is there anything you want to ask me? No. Not even for a favor in return? No favors lost between friends, I say. That sounds like a toast. Why not? To friends. I'll raise a glass to that. Glass him! Vandalism detected. Incident logged. New android. Recorded at 8:55 AM local time. Geopositional data encoded. If I could have all citizens in the area... Fuck off, copper! Visuals impaired. Facial recognition compromised. Pinging nearby opt-ins for corroborating evidence. Hey, he's lighting up every phone on the block. We need to go now. Oh, what? He'll use his outdoor voice? I'll have us pinned down to our dental records before you can say what fuck. Morning, Officer Leo. You look different today. Oh, this is L30. He's being attacked. Oh, it says on his thing, Leo, CO037. You do something new with your uniform? And she's immediately being Morgan, as usual. Good morning to you too, Morgan, citizen. Morgan.
Citizen.
Body count, you cannot ask someone that. Thanks, Morgan, that's good. To answer your question, no, I have not undergone any recent retrofitting. If you'd like a more detailed record of my maintenance history, you can make a request, but I've got it. Must be the new coat of paint. You're referring to the act of vandalization that just took place. Only the most recent one. Super Cop over here has a new dent every time I see him. Scars honorably earned in the line of duty, scanning the street for jaywalkers and loiterers. Occupational criminal defense attorney. I really love Morgan's habit fucking with ads. She just does this to every single ad that she comes across. Don't worry, ma'am. A report has been filed and the police are working to resolve the situation. Yo! Face! He's got a face. I like his hair color. And I like his eyes. Civil disobedience at this time of day? What's the world coming to? They're just stragglers, ma'am. There was a period of unrest in the area last night. Unlicensed protesting and demonstrating without a permit. Well, I hope you threw the book at them. The disturbance was handled, but individual instances of volatility may occur during the next 48 hours as we work to apprehend outside actors. Leo is kind of cute. Actually, I like him. Thanks for the forecast. Also, his uniform reminds me of the guards from Half-Life. What's his name?
You're gonna say that.
Barney. I thought Benry before I thought Barney. I remember Benry better because I've never played Half-Life. I know who Barney is though. He's like a cop from Half-Life 1 that said he owed Gordon a beer or something, and then in Half-Life 2 he comes back and he's like, about that beer. Pick up that can. No, that's the Combine. So does the bleeding stop on its own? Androids don't have blood, ma'am. This is just a leakage of oxidizing fluid. My mistake. So you don't need a bandage, I take it? The leakage will dry shortly. With that conversation thoroughly exhausted, I let my mind wander as I wait for the signal to cross. I unfocus my eyes and dull my hearing, sinking beneath the hum of the city street. And fading through the lives bustling around me like so much sea foam. Across the way, a large man with worn hands and an ill-fitting belt turns to a gorilla-like hulk of a machine and cuffs his hands in front of his mouth. Yo, 61! The machine halts its lifting with uncanny precision and turns to him. We're going on break. The robot tilts its head to the side. Can't work the pilot without chewing up the roof, so... I don't know. Take a load off, will ya? Understood, came the over-enunciated reply. The man, already walking away, tosses a dismissive wave behind him. Yeah, understood. A moment after, the man turns the corner, the robot attempts to mimic the hand wave to no one in particular. Gotta have coppers on every street corner. Copper, a derogatory term for an automated dependent. Particularly ones licensed by or operating under the authority of the state. Interested parties in the automated dependent industries have, on more than one occasion, lobbied for copper and other terms like it. Clanker, chrome dub. That's still being used in 2081? 86 or wherever we are now. Goddamn. Microchip breath. To be classified as hate speech, arguing that anti-mechanical sentiment constitutes an expression of prejudice. Were it considered a form of hate speech, incidents of destruction of corporate property where such terms were used in prior communications would qualify for additional severity and higher fines paid towards the damaged party. Under all but the most radical interpretations of hate speech law, however, prejudice can only be directed towards sentient living things, people, animals, or corporation. If you feel that a corporation you know has been the victim of a hate crime, you can report it! If you feel that a corporation has been the victim of a hate crime, fucking hell! Oh my god. I never regret reading these. Always that bit at the end. At a bus stop, what used to be a bus stop, now a charging station, a passionate young man voices his democratic opinion loud enough for the whole street to hear. Did declare martial law when I wasn't looking? The small one beside him tries hard to appear even smaller, shifts in her seat. Well, they're just doing their job, so... Bus don't have jobs, except the ones they stole from us. Notice how they don't patrol nearly so heavy in Uptown, even on the worst days? His audience, captive by virtue of sharing the same charging pole as him, shuffles, coughs, and stares even harder at their phones. The woman looks at her knees and pulls at her shirt. You're kind of embarrassing me right now. He makes a vague gesture with his hand to indicate he stepped off his soapbox. The shoulders of everyone around him relaxes head a little. Oh, now that's just... A woman with exhaustion in her eyes sighs at a hologram floating above her chrome-plated palm. Body mods. Can you return mods? Can you undo mod surgery? Best reviewed neural implants 2086. Mods are back. While a rounded, smooth-looking android pushes a carriage behind her. Alan, walk around the block. Get us some air, would you? Apparently, this call can't wait. It's louder than a garbage disposal out here. Of course, ma'am. I'd be glad to. The android punctuates its sentence with a sound halfway between a whir and a purr, which, judging by the coos and giggles coming from the child, seems to have been well received. Robots, holograms, androids, drones, coppers if you prefer. Can't so much as sneeze in this city without a dozen different ads offering you a handkerchief. Ad. There's a vocal minority that think they're the downfall of civilizations, but for everyone else... You're too kind, ma'am. Thank you for your concern. It's hard to hate them when they're so eager to please. Crosswalk's giving me the okay. Keep us safe, yeah? Have a good day, Morgan, citizen. It's a bright, crisp morning in the city. Lights changing and people moving in click-clacking harmony, all smooth as clockwork. Were I in a worse mood, that would be a bit much. But I went out last night. So I'm feeling pretty refreshed this morning. Alright, she killed someone again. That's neat. Clanker, yeah, I'll... God damn it, Daisy! No! As I reach the other end of the street, I pivot lightly and give my automated dependent assistant officer, Leo, my best impression of a salute. Thank you for your service. And, of course, he creaks out a mere response. No sense of sarcasm, poor bastards. But I didn't come all this way downtown to poke fun at the only happily employed class in human history. No, I came down here to make an important purchase. Today, I'm going to buy a gun. Episode 1. An idle mind. I'm just saying what I will inevitably... What Kieran will inevitably think. Potentially. I mean, I know what that guy's like. Hopeless at times. Don't tell him I said that. Gun store. Sub 20. SS35A, SS35B.
He enters the gun store and just says wood.
No staff around? But all the lights are on. Should I have knocked? Desk lady's back! Is this the same desk lady, but like greener? I think it's the same one.
Well, she can be placed even more.
So, desk personality setting 6. The cool one. Oh my god, they've got different clips. I mean, personality settings. Sorry, red chat. Don't worry, I'm making a clip. No! Don't send him it! Let me know if I can help you with anything. I'd probably forgotten more about firearms than you're programmed to remember. I bet you can. I recently acquired a license to carry concealed. Nice. You in law enforcement? Do you shoot for sport? Business or pleasure? Neither. May I ask why you're looking to carry concealed, ma'am? Oh, you know. Assault with a deadly weapon, cruel intent. That kind of thing. Some of my clients live in very rough neighborhoods. Even in broad daylight, coming down to the lower wards for house visits can be... I see. You're a lawyer. So, I guess you'd say I'm in the market for self-defense. We have a wide selection of options for self-defense in a variety of sizes and calibers with spread and PA fire options available. My bad, PA stands for pseudo-automatic. I know. But for concealed, it'd have to be at least small enough to... This would go a lot faster if I just tell the desk what I want. I want to know what she has to say. Also, this is first choice of the chapter, so we may as well come in. But walking in here and asking for a very specific model is gun nut behavior. I'm not trying to stand out.
Yeah.
Some of the ones I test fired at the range left my shoulder sore for days. Do you have anything more discreet? Right, no problem. Electromagnetic pulse models feature minimal kickback with the highest accuracy. One targeted pulse of electricity can disable attackers at medium to short range, non-lethally and quietly. Sure, they're plenty quiet. But they also have piss poor range, and even sustained fire won't do shit to any model with insulation less than a few years old. Glorified tasers. Barely suitable as party favors for anxiety-stricken college kids. Ooh. Still using one save slot. Yeah, I'm bad for that in games. I do that a lot. Well, hopefully not too quiet. I want someone to come running to my rescue. Of course. Would you like to take a look at our mag rails? Bullseye. We're proud to offer a number of models that utilize the latest and miniaturized ultra-capacity batteries to generate a Lorentz force, which stings a slug fast enough to mist a limb over 30 meters. Mist. A slang term meaning to shoot or to kill that originates from the bloody spray produced when a modern firearms projectile makes contact with living tissue. Far and red mist. I'm on saves page 2. Oh dear god. I probably should be making a new save slot each time I want to save, huh? I've just never done that usually. But from what I've seen from like other people who play visual novels, they do it. So I probably should. And it's safe? Of course, ma'am. My bad. 2-factor safeties with GPS and emergency services sync. It won't go off unless you want it to, and someone will definitely come running. All those convenient safety features make it incredibly easy for the police. Well, anyone who can do that toolset, to lock you out of your own gun with the flip of a switch. You couldn't walk a piece like that down a single uptown street without passing through 9 or 10 no-fire zones. They're the very worst, most useless kind of weapon a criminal could buy. Sounds perfect. How do we get started? Why does it feel like every desk I run into has to be such a character? Mercifully, it's tucked itself away while the fabricators get the gun tagged. I got time to kill, so is there anything worth checking out around the shop? Maybe. I see an article already.
Oh, this must be the first time dependent.
Someone left a datapad out here. What's in the news today? Lobo threatens Tetra with ransomware. Vulgarity. The internationally wanted terrorist and serial data thief, most commonly known as Lobo, has seized a cache of virtual Keystone data files belonging to the Tetra Metallics Group, according to a press release from the mining conglomerate. In a blitz of cross-posts on 90 different socials translated into all 11 dominant languages, the supposed hacktivist, radical conservationist, and gentleman thief made clear their intent to ransom said files back to their lawful owners at severe cost. Though the posts were quickly flagged and quarantined thanks to user reports, Lobo's latest manifesto, which we've declined to publish here on grounds of journalistic integrity and due to the strong language contained within, has remained in circulation thanks to a loose network of rogue data harbors. In addition to a sizable monetary ransom, Lobo put out a list of demands that spanned pages. Most prominent among them was a call for de-escalation of all conflicts surrounding rare earth metal deposits around the equator. Sources at Tetra refuse to confirm or deny reports that Lobo's captured data impacted only their billing services, but insisted that the corporation could not in good faith resume distribution until the ransomware situation was resolved. Market prices for rare earth metals surged following the hacking attack as supply halted and demand rose, stoked by memories of catastrophic supply chain disruption in the mid-21st century. A spokesperson for Mining is Progress, a lobbying group that represents the rare earth metal industry, called Lobo's repeated acts of terror against the free market. Whoa there, looks like you're not logged in. Want to take care of that real quick? Lobo. Again. Oh, someone using their name. Suppose it doesn't matter if they're the original or not, so long as they're a genuine frat. And no one could snare a corporation as rich as Tetra without serious skills. It does seem consistent with Lobo's politics, making demands for de-escalation. It's not the first time Lobo's voiced their displeasure with the decades-old simmer of conflict around the tropics. But unless the rare earth metals powering all our batteries and fueling all our pretty little androids are suddenly made a lot less rare overnight, I doubt the state will stop taking an interest in those regions' politics anytime soon. Lobo. We tried to process your request, but Lobo beat our ass till we ragdolled. The big bad wolf was here. You are welcome. For clearing out this cache of soy slop before I could clog your brain's arteries any further. To whatever dumbass dishwater script kitty they yelled at me to come fix this. A word of advice from your superior. I own that password suggestion algorithm. Want to resecure? Try this. Relax your shoulders, stand up from your desk, take a deep breath, and then firebomb your own servers. Literally cheaper for you at this point. For the rest of you slack-jawed screen lobotomites looking for a little excitement in their search history, find a pig and rip their throat out. I'll teach you to run with a wolf. Lobo is king. Holy shit. Yeah, this definitely fucking reads like a 4chan hacker. Jesus Christ. That's great. We need more shit like that in games. Watch. There's some kind of news program playing on the screen. Most public places are too scared to put on any channel with more content political than the smiling micro-apartment flippers. But this is a gun store after all. Power is always political. Hate these kind of screens. Gotta look at them with your nose turned up or else I start eye-checking. Next thing you know, they're saying hello on a first-name basis. But I've got practice with this sort of thing. I can skim the headlines at least. Why the 12/6 workweek gives us more free time than ever. I'm 14 and I tried dating a smart UI. It may be the happiest I've ever been.
No.
Lobo is actually just Bastard. Kinda. If Bastard wanted to take down a corporation. How term limits are anti-democracy. Bastards commits the freaking what is even a step above terror? Bastard commits the freaking
horror
leak. The Nintendo horror leak.
Oh, terror as in TER. Oh.
No, no, yeah, I was talking about like the terror leak. I was trying to make a joke like that, but I don't know how you get bigger than terror.
What?
The Maybe leak.
Maybe is not.
Maybe leak. Terror Part 2. Well, transfusion from warm android saves soldier's life. That's one hell of a headline.
Petabyte? PETA?
If the Animate 16 wasn't selling well before, I'm sure by now it's... The Animate 16, the warm android. It's the latest android produced by Numel Electronics, and we think it's the greatest machine the world's ever seen. Boasting a battery life of over 154 hours with patented soft touch digitation, remarkable tenderness and sensitivity, and the uncanny charm you've come to expect from us, we're sure that your Animate 16 will be the best purchase you make this year, and you'll never want to go back out in the cold. Would it kill you to clean up a little? Guess the desk kindly asking customers not to litter can only get you so far if you're not willing to pay someone to sweep up. Wait, is this trash? This flyer, it's scannable? Stagnancy theory, really? They get a lot of self-proclaimed philosophers in here? A stagnant world, modern man's plateau. Renowned net philosopher Corbin Cawthon, real name withheld, offers to take you on a deep dive into the global trends and sociological patterns that have driven our planet to the halting point in its groundbreaking and controversial seminar. Moore's Law used to be the benchmark, now it feels like a pipe dream. We used to dream of humanity marching bravely into space, of artisans crafting virtual wonders that made the confines of our own reality seem limited. Instead, our brightest minds spend all their time and effort kicking the can of climate crisis down the road, while their more fortunate peers spend their most productive working years in search engine optimization and customer experience design. The middle class, eaten alive by the rich they prop up, can no longer afford the very products they help create. Without mass consumer demand, tech no longer has evolutionary pressures to be as small and powerful as possible. In stagnant waters, only parasites and disease grow aplenty. The only cure comes from you taking action. There's another link at the bottom, probably leading to a collection dish. Or a state honeypot if you want to be paranoid. They better burn this shit before some neat freak idiot picks it up and gets arrested. Wait, how long's it been? It shouldn't take them that long to get my gun properly bugged. I'm sorry, we've received a breaking news story. We're seeking confirmation, and yes, we have it confirmed. Lead programmer at Numel Electronics and famed designer of the Turing solution, Dr. David Asher, has passed.
Ah.
What? Proprietary Vantage automated dependent management system along with the Animate series of androids. It must be some kind of copper propaganda tactic or... No, they wouldn't risk fake news, but why? Perhaps best known for his breakthroughs in the field of machine learning and language. Misinformation, maybe. Trying to... authored many of the developments that allowed for Numel's rapid growth and market dominance. David Asher is dead? Including the popular Desk series of smart UIs. That's very sad. I didn't ask. Sorry, I just... Commands only. Understood. Will you be paying with cash or credit?
Oof.
Debit.
Aha.
So that's what that was about, huh? Green person killed him. I think. The gun was light. Lighter than I expected. A real gun should always be heavy. Greater than the sum of its parts. That's one of the things I like about them, their weight. Like they're anchoring the world around them. Like they're a fixed point in time. Like everything else is just relative to them, either closer or further to the end. I would have liked something heavier during that walk back to my apartment. I would have liked to have something to feel far away from. Morgan's apartment. Morgan, you're a meanie! Poor desk android. Didn't realize I was home until my hand was on the door. What is this? What am I doing? What am I doing? Fumbling in my pocket for my lighter. Golden, polished, tastefully ergonomic and fine and expensive. And a good lighter. It was a good gift. I kept the card, didn't I? Here it is. To the only smoker in my life. I know gold's a bit much for your personal style, but they don't make a lot of these anymore. Believe it or not, the only other people who share your vice are stuffy old men with bad, expensive taste. Hope you can manage to get some use out of it anyway. Your friend, David. The news might have more information by now. David.
Oh.
Oh, green is David. So then Grey killed David. So then we don't know who killed David. Okay. And I'm assuming this time it's not Morgan. Decidedly. Oh no. Looks like the net's full of copy-pasted statements from Numel. David Asher was a renowned computer scientist, user experience designer, industry leader, philanthropist, and the lead programmer at Numel Electronics. He first received worldwide recognition for his postgraduate thesis on intelligent pragmatic linguistic weighting, a body of work which would come to be known as the Turing solution. Though he retained the original patent on the Turing solution for the rest of his life, he was famously unlitigious. By most industry experts' estimates, the Turing solution exists in some form in 92% of active automated dependent source codes. David Asher's philanthropic efforts and invaluable skills placed him at the front and center of Numel Electronics' public image. Many considered him to be the unofficial face of the company, and his private life graced the tabloids and gossip sections on the net on many occasions. David Asher passed away on June 31st, 2086. Citation needed. This entry has received an unusually large number of suggested edits in the last 44 minutes. Dissemination of disinformation is a Class 3 misdemeanor. Spreading conspiracy theories about public figures is a violation of our terms and service. I love the Wikipedia page edited to be past tense. Jesus Christ. It's all pink. He's been dead for less than an hour, but Wikipedia editors are on it. Public less than an hour. All is normal. Ill-fitting quotes. Reactions to the news from every micro-celebrity under the sun. The raw, authentic emotion brought to you live from all the car seats and bathroom mirrors of the world. But there's nothing about his death, not even a time window. Did he die this morning? Was he found dead in his bed? Has he been dead for days while Noble's just been waiting for the right time to let it leak? Or did he die last night while I was out screwing around? A phone call? Better not be work-related. I'm not in the right mood. Oh, Morgan! Hey, thanks for picking up so fast. She's Jessica Starling, who asked me to call her... Hi, Jess. Jessica Starling. Hello. Executive assistant at Numel. Likes dancing, buying shoes, and reselling shoes. Dislikes hangovers, soft mattresses, and machismo. Charm point, her earnest smile. I can see that. Relaxes by bar hopping in the lower wards. The best at reading the stock market. Listen, I need to... I've already seen the news. What? Oh, of course you have. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. With the company and the people and all the What I mean is, if it were up to me, you would have been the first call I made. For a decision like that to be up to David's assistant, about 1,000 other noble employees above her on the ladder would have to get axed, but... It's alright, Jess. No one ever really knows what to do with these kinds of things. Still, I'm sorry you had to hear it from a stream, Chiron. What difference does it make how the information gets to me? I could have stumbled upon his corpse myself and I would mostly feel the same. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to call anyway. Yeah. If I want more information, she's the best source I'm going to get, maybe for weeks. What do I ask at a time like this? I'm supposed to express denial first, but she's probably short on time. And I don't feel like following the playbook to the ladder right now. Can you tell me what happened? The police, they think that he took something. Suicide? And the police are already involved? They say it was some kind of poison or... God. Noble's got a lot of weight to bludgeon the state with, especially in this city. I would think they'd keep the police at arm's length for at least a few days. Listen, Morgan, I need to ask something of you. Of course, Jess, whatever you need. Whatever you need. I've been much, but she's grieving. This is just how people talk. And it's not like my day was really salvageable anyway. I'd like to bring you up here, to David's place. What do you mean? There's something I have to give you. You're not handling his will already, are you? If the police are involved, it'll be a while before... No, I'm sorry, it's not like that. Before he... Inhaler. No, please, don't hold back on my account. David asked me to get this into your hands. It wasn't work-related. But he asked me. I know I'm asking a lot here, but... since it's turned out to be the last thing he ever asked me to do, I'd like to get it done. I don't like showing up at crime scenes more often or more quickly than strictly necessary. And that's when I only have to worry about the police. With Noble looming over all this, security will be doubled and scrutiny tripled. This is too risky. There's no logical reason to agree to our request. Swing by my place with a cab, yeah? Besides my own morbid curiosity. Right, of course! Thanks, Morgan. Thank you. Wait, I almost forgot. What is it? You don't happen to have anything you could wear in black, do you? 10:11 a.m., July 1st. Happy July! In transit. The autocab hums a synthesized purr. Ooh! Looks like a Sonic stage, kinda. Don't laugh at me. As our own ramp merges into a canopy superhighway, steadily and suddenly all at once. Like, it looks like you're gonna see, like, Shadow or someone going across the frickin' highway up there. It's Radical Highway.
Shorts channel 8 years in the future. Put Goku on one of these.
Not much super about it, but it does cast one hell of a shadow.
Oh,
the canopy's always felt very arts and crafts. David, shut up! Nice place. he's got his arms folded looking down at Morgan. Cobbled together.
It's the pizza place render.
Always had it on tour, never finished, never planned. It's clearly taken a lot of time and effort to make. But the end result's still ugly. It feels like it could fall apart at any moment. Automobile.
Yes, you're in one.
Police automobile! They're taking me away!
It's going by.
You okay, Morgan? Look a little carsick. Dr. Carsick. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. But if I ignore her texts now, she'll Just send more later. Witch. Hey, Freckles. Saw your friend Asher on the news. Rip. Thank you. For trying to be sincere. Worth a shot. We all have our strengths. God damn, you're one passive-aggressive little girl.
Ugh.
Where's all your filial piety? Guard the window whenever you talk to me.
Oh.
Who is this? Who do you think you are?
Filial piety?
Filial piety doesn't work on you. Witch's icon looks like home, so kinda, yeah. You love yourself too much to appreciate respect. True. On the train. Shut up. See, Freckles, you can be very insightful. When you aren't too busy side-eyeing the whole world. Wonder where I picked that up from. Not from me. I'm pretty sure you were born muttering insults under your breath. The nurses tried to make you cry and you responded by giving them self-esteem issues! Fucking hell! We found a like-minded individual in at least some way. Did you ever have dealings with Noble? 10 out of 10 shift in the convo. Subtle as a car crash. Subtlety doesn't work on you either. Well, it might. If you were good at it. This is me asking you for advice. Okay? I guess it's never sunk in. Because you spent most of your apprenticeship asleep. But my clients were all celebs. The rich and famous. I didn't have that many dealings with the Megs that owned their likenesses. Is it really that different? Plenty. Celebs don't like people seeing their dirty side. So they pay smart people like me to clean up their messes. But Megs don't like people seeing them at all. Period. And also, Megs are a lot more lively when it comes to censored, redacted. Gross. Hard workers with a lot of stress to vent. Stop. Do you have any actual help to offer? Truth be told, I did have this one run-in. I got ass deep into corporate intrigue. Why? Because I got up the of Annie Life's 45 poster girl. God damn it. Hard worker. Lot of stress to fend. Glad to know I can always reach out to you in my time of need. I'm gonna let that slide because I know you're in mourning. Look. Corporate types are all a bunch of paranoid drug addicts. Huffing glue and playing roulette on their phones. While fantasizing about stabbing everyone else in the meeting to death. So don't expect them to play nice just because Asher was your pal. My actual advice is... get whatever you're owed. Then get out of there fast as fuck, boy. That's a beautiful thought, Auntie. I mean it. Corporations prefer Viking funerals. What's a Viking funeral? A dignified ceremony where the body's sent out to sea on a boat. Then, they set everything on fire and sink the ashes to the bottom of the ocean. Try not to linger, Freckles. You don't want to be stuck on board when they start knocking their arrows. Thanks. What the hell was that about me sleeping on the job? I worked harder in one day than any of you Gen Alpha drunks did all week. Should've worked smarter, lol. And if you want to go there, you did literally fall asleep on the job. At the Xmas party. What is that? What is that? Why do you have that? Why do you have that? It's not even accurate. Work parties are still work, Freckles. I only had my eyes closed. Because all you old farts had your cameras flash on. Morgan? Is something wrong? You're sweating. Just deleting some spam. About a couple more minutes of crawling through the canopy's guts before you reach David's part of the city. Uptown, our better half. Gleaming opera houses and towering corporate apartments. Boutique shops with more cameras than customers. Penthouses stacked above penthouses in a frantic climb to the top of the rat pile. I've got a rat! In my fucking carnage rat trap shows up in the next episode. All ringed in by restaurants with long wait times and small serving sizes. The joke is that uptown folks go most of the year without touching street level. Not much of a punchline there, it's basically true. By now, his whole block must be swarmed with cops, themselves surrounded by media and all encircled by onlookers. I could try and enjoy these last few moments with calm, but if the storm's coming either way, I'd rather use this time to try and find my footing. Actually, Jess, if you've got a second, I was curious about that headline.
He wasn't called David.
I saw that headline, by the way, the one where your warm android saved that soldier's life. Oh, yeah. Pretty feel good, don't you think? So folks at the company must have been in high spirits lately, I take it. That's what I thought when I first heard about it, but I don't know, maybe upper management's never happy. Because they're still just riding sales harder than ever, pushing the traditional consumer market. I thought they'd start building a pitch for Congress the day the story dropped. A big patriotic campaign telling everyone why we need a contract for warm androids in the military. But I haven't heard about them moving staff around or anything like that. Maybe it's all above my pay grades. All the corporate power and money in the world. And they're still such joyless assholes that they won't even celebrate their victories. Jess, I have to wonder, what kind of request did David make of you that it couldn't wait a few days? Right, of course. He asked me to give you something. Something? Is she trying to build suspense? Right, it's just, well, I don't know exactly what it is. You have no idea? He asked me to give you the contents of his safe. Are we headed to the bank then? No, see, he has this private safe in his basement. Maybe you've seen it? Well, I say safe, but it might be more accurate to call it a storage locker, or a false wall, or a safety locker. And all he told you was that he wanted me to have what's inside? Right. He was very clear about that part. Your eyes only. Straight into your hands. Handle it in person, he said. Strange. This is all pretty analog for someone as technically gifted as David. Coming from anyone else, I'd call it paranoid. But David was never paranoid. Even when he had every right to be. If you wanted this handled a certain way, it must be for a good reason. I'm guessing you've already been to his place? Yeah, it's a real mess over there. It's that bloody? Oh god, no, not that kind of mess. I just mean with the cops stacked on the media, stacked on the lawyers. Each of them with their own network of drones and all that droning. It's very, it's a very high productivity atmosphere, is what I mean. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, man, that's not my story to tell. When were you able to get over there? Well, I got a call from legal late last night. They weren't exactly delicate in breaking the news to me. Last night? They said they needed my help sorting through all his... Well, you know how he left things organized sometimes. He's been dead since last night and I've kept it under wraps that long. I know there are a lot of powerful people in the circles, but to stop it from leaking for over 12 hours? That seems like more than just your typical powerful people trying to control the narrative. Seems more like there's something they're actively trying to suppress. So you found out last night. Right, last night. Oh god. I'm so sorry, I should have told you as soon as I found out. Really, it's alright. Did you see anything? No, I still actually haven't seen him at all. He was airlifted to the hospital ASAP, and that's where he passed, so... But, well, I didn't get the impression that the cops had been there that long. Not compared to the lawyers. They and the rest of the company people seemed pretty entrenched. Numel set up camp before the police even arrived. So what time would that have been? I guess I got there around 9 PM? Yeah, because at 9:15 they switched my phone to silent mode and I got locked out of everything but my work stuff. Sent my last blah at 9:13, see? Gonna expire whoever put me in heels this morning at me. They can do that to your phone? Lock you out of social media? Of course not. Well, unless I'm on the clock, or off the clock but on company property. Then they can remote all my tech, yeah. How convenient. So, if I got in at 9 PM, I guess the rest of the company people have been there since 8:30? I hadn't been there more than a few minutes before the mood changed. What about the hospital declaring him dead? It started to leak. I see. He died after he reached the hospital. That's unexpected. It's 2086. You might be in trouble if you get stuck in bureaucratic purgatory when you need to be in the emergency room, but other than that, if you reach the hospital alive, a good doctor can stabilize most any patient within a few moments. A Numel Electronics lead programmer would have a very good doctor. So what the hell happened? Is she mistaken? Was he just not officially declared dead until reaching the hospital for some reason, or... Hard to think about, I know. Yeah. Or hard to believe. Remind me, how many years did you and David work together? Oh, well, I started with the company about 4 years ago. They offered me a temp contract when I was graduating. Numel Electronics, NBLE, 5.5.27, negative 2.58% today. Oh. Better known as Numel Electronics, or simply Numel, is the fastest growing automated dependent corporation on the globe. Numel spent most of the 21st century chasing consumer tech trends like wearable smart UI interfaces, only pivoting to Androids during the 2070s amidst the decade's economic upheaval. The corporation struggled to break through to the higher tiers of corporate power until David Asher revolutionized their products with his Turing solution and the technological breakthroughs that followed. In the years since, Numel has secured approximately a third of the automated dependent industry global market share, with their desk hologram interfaces and Animate series of upper-middle-class luxury androids in particular helping them grow at a momentous pace. Numel's recent foray into biomechanical androids was initially met with skepticism when pre-orders lagged behind previous year's numbers, but the Animate 16 is projected to reap record profits for Numel over the next 8 quarters. I was put in HR right in the middle of a hiring burst, so I spent 2 months in the Warrens. Then an aptitude test got me fast-tracked to mid-low management. Sorry, Warrens? Oh, that's just what we called the company dorms back then, on account of all of the... well, all the people. Ah. Plus, it was underground. Didn't see the sun that first month. My skin got so dry. Is that normal in your industry? Normal for everyone I've ever worked with. Except David, of course, but I mean, he was the best. Yeah. One Tuesday morning, Dr. David Asher walked right up to my desk like I'd won the lotto. Said I should come work for him, Dr. David Asher, directly. On a random Tuesday morning, like it was nothing. He didn't like to do things on Mondays. Said people were always too tired to get anything done anyway. Yeah, that's right. He did say that. I should know by now, right? 3 years of arranging meetings and keeping him organized, and occasionally straightening his tie. He was a good boss. He was a good guy. Yeah. When did you last speak with him? In person? Thursday. Thursday afternoon. The day before yesterday. He seemed normal. I mean, I didn't... We still don't really know anything, Jess. Yeah, right. Thanks. Thursday's the last time I saw him. That was when he asked me to meet with you. So, David asked you to do this on Thursday, correct? Yeah, Thursday. And he passed last night, Friday. Yeah. Wait, you don't think that when he met, he'd already decided... It's not healthy to speculate on that sort of thing. More importantly, it's not helpful. The dead don't have anything to offer the living. I should know. Yeah, probably right. Besides, we'll need to focus... Judging by the size of the crowd I'm looking at, it looks like we're about to jump into the thick of it. 10:34 AM. Saturday. Noble Employee Housing Building. Platea. Lobby. I thought there were a lot of police here before. Maybe too late to ask, but you're not bad with crowds, are you, Morgan? She's kidding, right? It's downright airy in here compared to what we just waded through. White eyes and clenched fists, heads peeking over shoulders and around signs. Police, both mechanical and warm-blooded, closing ranks with holograms, quick-set wires to draw a severe perimeter. While protesters, mourners, fanatics, and busybodies shuffle about all the edges of the police line, the heat of their panicked anxiety washing over. Who the hell were all those people? Well, there have always been people with strong feelings about our products. Android stepped forward into the mob, gently, firmly, unfeelingly parting the human tide. Most of them with official police branding, but a few remotely deputized consumer models emerged from the crowd to join them. All of them built by Noble. All of them built from David's code. All of them standing vigil outside his tomb. This is all technically company property, isn't it? Yep. David had the penthouse all to himself, but every other floor's tenants are Noble employees too. Not uncommon arrangement in Uptown. Work at Noble, meant from Noble. Wave hello to your Noble neighbor in the morning and make sure to request a spot in line at the official company crematorium. They don't actually do that last part. I think. Does Noble handle employee funerary arrangements? Yeah, it's a pretty standard benefit actually. It's cheap for them compared to dental. But Noble's always been generous with benefits. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after. Both the state and Noble have gotten themselves entrenched here in the lobby. Security and damage control and PR and liability. Everybody just glad to be working. I'm feeling a little overstimulated. Any chance we can just skip all these checkpoints? No, absolutely not. So, who do we need permission from? The cops or the company? My request went through, so we should have the go-ahead from both at this point. We won't need to go near the actual, Is it still called a crime scene if it's not technically a crime? I don't want to think about how many suits Noble's paying to debate that question right this very instant. David's vault is in the penthouse's basement, but we can't get to it from these ground floor elevators. We'll have to ride straight up to the rooftop veranda, walk in his front door, and then head down. If Jess says we can do all that without stumbling across where he died, then... Okay, so if we just flash my ID card at any problem that comes up, including him. Hey ladies, look, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we're at capacity at the moment. Let anyone else by and we won't be able to maintain... Ah, you're the lawyer, Morgan. You caught me, detective. How long's it been? Feels like it's been ages. Oh dear. Not still bitter about our last encounter, I hope. I'll live. I don't see the spunky one around. She taking a mental health day to preserve that unflappable charm? Detective Ray's is around. Why? You miss her that bad? I've had blind pimples that were more endearing. You two know each other? Jess Starling. Meet Homicide Detective Cresim London. Hello again, London. We got his profile back. Oh, we got Masters, too. Victoria Masters, the witch. Weight depends on time of day. Oh, what? Lawyer to the rich and famous, semi-retired. Likes handsome men, pretty women, expensive liquor. Dislikes clingy people, prudish people, flying commercial. Jewelry 24 karat. Age difficult to verify. Smokes cigars, Death 13, cigarettes, and other adult stuff. And she's got a modded arm. Here's London. Likes fall colours, morning air, and dimples. He dislikes touchscreens, cheap earbuds, and white rum. He's good at coming up with nicknames, bad at remembering birthdays. It's a pleasure, miss. Oh, likewise? As you might have guessed, the detective and I are acquainted. Comes with the line of work. Morgan's been modest, sweetheart. We're practically blood. Oh, wow. Me? Sweetheart? Something wrong, Starling? Huh? No, nothing wrong. The closest we are, I still can't just let her walk in off the street and onto the scene of an ongoing investigation. Even Noble's lawyers have to play by the rules today. Play by the rules? So there is a game afoot. What makes you assume I'm here in a professional capacity? You're a criminal defense attorney, a murder crime scene. Call it an old man's intuition. Good detectives don't rely on intuition though, do they? They rely on evidence. Oh, I don't rely on it, don't worry. I just need to lean on it every now and then when my back acts up. Oh, cool. Guy gets a bit of grey in his hair and thinks it's a free pass to act like a goddamn cowboy. Well, I'm afraid your intuition is off this morning, detective. I'm here on a private matter. The deceased wasn't your client? No, that would have been a conflict of interest. Conflict? You two knew each other. I see. In that case, allow me to give you my condolences. Thank you. What I could really use is a bit of your help. You sure rally fast. Jess? Right. We have this clearance here, Detective. Sir, from legal, which allows us... That's alright, little lady. I trust you. You can leave the paperwork holstered for now. Little lady? We aren't here for David, really. We won't be setting foot anywhere near your... staging area, Detective. Alright. Why not? How generous. I can afford to be generous today, because if I screw up... He gestures to the lobby full of suits and cops. Plenty of folks at hand ready to pick up the slack. Well, if you're that at ease, perhaps I can take this time to ask you a few questions? Hey, you can always ask, Tiger. But I think you understand what I mean when I say whether or not I can answer is... not entirely up to me. Jessica's already captured by him. I can tell. Looking tired. Investigation. Controversy. David was one of the biggest names in tech. He was the face of Numel Electronics. Uh-huh. One could argue androids are only as common as they are today because of his contributions to the field. Some people felt that way, sure. So, do you think anyone would want to hurt him because of that? Remind me, which one of us is the detective again? You really won't let me pick your brain? You already know the answer. Yes, ads are controversial, androids especially. But we at Numel are aware that our products are sometimes a subject of heated debate, but... No need to go the handbook at us, miss. Truth be told, I have never really understood the hate. It's not that complicated, is it? How many people have lost a job to an ad at least once in their career? Every last one of them lost their jobs because their bosses, their flesh and blood bosses, fired them. Nah, ads are just a symptom. Scratch that. Ads are just a product. Getting mad at them is pointless. Vandalizing them is less than pointless because, unlike us, they're all insured. And besides, Android production has surged over the last decade to become one of the nation's biggest exports. True. Nice to have at least one thing we can make in this country. That's right. Numel only outsources the production of a small handful of internal components. Every other part of the manufacturing process is proudly done right here at home. I somehow doubt everyone considers the specifics of Numel's supply chain to be a point of national pride. But you don't need a political science degree to see how much the state values Numel's contributions to the national economy. You discovered the second save file. Yeah. Guys, I just learned there's more than one. Whoa. Also, I think Jessica's arm is modded as well, and I've only just noticed. You boys and Numel all getting along with each other? Sharing your toys? Some of the younger ones are bristling, but I always play well with others, Counselor. And how well do the Megs play with you? They give you full access to building security? Meg. It's a derogatory and hateful term used to refer to so-called mega-corporations or anyone who works for them. There are numerous unverified explanations for how the term originated. Some say it's a natural evolution from the slang word shark, which was used to refer to the ruthless individuals of businessmen in the late 20th century. Others claim that Meg was originally short for Megan, a sort of archetypal individual that defended the contributions the corporations made to society. Huh? Tired of having to read anti-industrious sentiment on the net? Check out our auto-censor tools that replace harmful words like Meg with family-friendly alternatives like Job Creator or Patriot. Oh. Subtle is a fucking bag of rocks. They've given us access, and they say it's full. Some big penumbra system, top of the line coverage, top to bottom of the building. The size of the data system's torrential. It'll be a while before we can start making sense of it all. A more conspirational man might think that was intentional. Bury us in data and hope we're too swamped to find whatever they're trying to hide? Maybe. Wait, they gave you full access to the penumbra? But that means every android in the building is feeding you that full spectrum. You know your stuff. The penumbra pulls data from any androids connected to a building's net, but that's not much help since there weren't any androids in the penthouse. Right. You know, I'd heard the rumors. Never put much stock in them, but it's true. Asher really never owned a single android? Never. Well, I suppose I might do the same if I was the one genius who programmed them all. Every time they opened their mouths, it'd just be... His own lip surface refracted 1,000 times over, echoing back at him from behind a mask he carved. So that means all you'll have to investigate with are the penthouse's security cameras. Yeah, but that should be more than enough to wrap up a case like this. In a good way, I mean. We're very much on top of this, ladies. The satire in this game is so good. God, it really is. I've been checking my phone, but the only thing the news seems to agree on is that David passed away. Sorry, but if you're asking for details... No, thank you. For not letting them make this into a parade. Yet. We do our best to respect the privacy of anyone involved with an ongoing investigation. He declined to say victim. Detective, Dr. Asher was a close friend of mine for many years. Yeah, he trusted Morgan more than anyone. Can you tell me if he killed himself? It looks like that's the case. I see. Thank you for telling me that. Dr. Ash. Yeah, you're well... Sorry. Another round of guarded words. David was an important man, and it has only been a few hours. But all this tiptoeing gives me the feeling that whatever happened to David, it wasn't cut and dry. You're looking a bit haggard. How long have you been here, anyway? Since this morning. But civilized folks don't call it morning when the streetlights are still on. Even if he got here around 1 or 2 in the morning, that still means homicide wasn't brought in until hours after Noble had the lay of the land. Sounds like you could use a break. I could use a retirement package. Hey, you're a lawyer, right? According to all my business cards. Think I can sue for elder abuse? Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. You would lose, though. I already regret asking. Why have they got a homicide detective losing sleep over this anyway? A man is dead, and he wasn't killed by fire, vehicle, organized criminals, or disinformation. As far as we know. So at the moment, homicide's technically not the worst fit. But we're leading in name only. A high-profile death like this, everyone's got an eye on us. And a hand placed firmly on the back of our neck. Alright, now listen, I don't mind being helpful, and I am trying to be sensitive here. But we really do have a lot on our hands at the moment. So I'm gonna have to ask you to be discreet and, ideally, fast. Well, our business is just in the basement. David's basement. But the penthouse is on the top floor, the roof, so its basement would be... second to last floor, if you want to be technical, detective. The point is, we don't need to go into the kitchen or the parlor. We'll go straight back to his workshop and then head downstairs. The kitchen and the parlor. I understand. But all the same, I'd like to escort you two ladies there myself. Wow, an escort like royalty. Isn't he a gentleman? Huh? Yes, he's... Lead the way, detective. True to his word, London ushered us past the chattering suits and humming drones, through the checkpoints, and into the elevator. As it climbed into the sky, we got a good look at the growing throng of people gathered outside. And its shifting makeup. Seems like it's mostly protesters now, or worse, brand loyalists. Idiots led around by the nose their whole life, following the musk of whatever trend is laid out before them each morning. Today's trail having led them here for half reasons they couldn't put into words, even if their lives depended on it. They're like insects. And they look like them from up here. They're probably already preparing their spin. The Misunderstood Genius of Dr. David Asher, a video essay in 5 parts. Oh no! Oh no, the long-form videos is getting astray. Why the company insisted on cultivating such a following for him, I've never understood. They could have easily pinned his achievements on someone more marketable. Some random photogenic employee, or a fashion model with glasses. David wouldn't have minded. He never wanted the attention, the chaos. Maybe it's as simple as bad luck. He just happened to have the right look for the part. A man buried in his work with his eyes fixed ahead. 10:32 a.m. Noble Employee Housing Building. What's here? Penthouse. This is... what? His laboratory? His shop, he called it. How down to earth. It's messy in here. David was always disorganized. Why a programmer needed to make such a mess just to run tests on computers, I'll never... But sloppy as he could be, he didn't like it when other people saw it. If he was leaving things like this, he must not have entertained any guests down here in some time. Thanks for all your help, Detective Linden. Don't mention it. What, you want me to step out? We won't take long. Not looking for boldness, are you? Look, I have to take a phone call. We'll be in and out as soon as possible. Promise. And whatever Dr. Ash wanted set aside for his foundation, we'll be sure to flag it. Right. At least she's already wearing gloves. If we find a dead body, you'll be our first call. Morgan, what was that stuff about his foundation? Dr. Ash's charity has always been managed by an outside group. You haven't spent a lot of time around crime scenes, have you? Actually, this is my first... Well, generally speaking, it's not really common to retrieve things from the premises while the cops are still searching them. Oh. Oh! Look, if David had something to give to me, we can go get it. We just can't make a ton of noise about it, understand? Of course. Great. After you. Right. Quiet as a church house. The phrase is quiet as a church mouse, but... Call myself. I'm okay, I'm okay. But now it doesn't seem like the time to correct her. David's shop was a mess, but the mess felt familiar. It was very David. Coming down here, I barely recognized the place. For starters, it's a goddamn gym. David hated exercise, always claimed he didn't have the time for it. Even when I got him that treadmill, and the subscription for the personal coaching program with the scheduling subroutine, said he couldn't find the time. And then even when I explained to him that the program accounted for that and adapted to his schedule, he still... Morgan, what's up? You're smiling. What's so funny? Nothing, just surprised to see the place renovated. Yeah, he actually had me on mail type with a couple of contractors a while back. Never thought I'd have to learn so much about concrete and wiring and marble. Did you know marble needs to be treated or else indoor air will start to corrode it? I didn't know that. Is that true? Wait, is it not? But her guy told me that without an epoxy finish, the entire bar table could... Is that the fault over there, then? Yeah, stands out, I guess. Nervous? What's that? Oh, a little, I guess. But the inhaler helps, mostly, so... Aren't you going to open it? Open it? Don't you know the combination? No, I do not know the combination to David's basement vault. Oh. Oh. Oh no, no, how can... He didn't tell you or give you a code or... He gave me the code to get into the building. In the parking garage. But not the code to whatever this is. Okay. You know, there were a lot of scattered papers back in his shop. Could he have left you a note on one of them? Yes, he could have. He would have. In fact, I think he probably did. You just stay right there, Morgan. I'll have this settled in just a sec. Sounds good. Right then. Well, it's definitely locked. Looks like it's a Tethys Basics Sturdicure Anti-Hack Anti-Digital High-Rated Code Panel. Tethys is the largest online shopping and consumer shipping corporation on Earth, and a dominant economic force that frequently courts controversy by skirting monopoly and labor law in every nation in which it operates. And yes, we really do have everything for sale, so ditch this lame-o search engine and head over to our online store to find what you're really looking for. Hot stuff! Not interested in sponsored search results? See further for a premium account. Nothing basic about it, but at least I can see the password's limited to 6 characters. Only 1 million possible combinations. I love Tethys. God, every company here really is, like, they want you to buy so bad. Maybe I'll get lucky. Screw that. Are we really gonna do this? Slim chances, but what the hell? Why shouldn't I give it a shot? Try birthday. Try my birthday. Try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nothing's happening. Okay, that was dumb. I don't really want to dwell on why I thought that could work. Forget it. There's a different terminal over here. Carter security systems, according to the label. Maybe it controls the whole room? The other game by the same developers, set in the same universe, Model Employee, focuses on Tethys. Oh! Oh, I see. Damn. It's password protected too, and the code's 64 digits long? What's the point of a camera system that's harder to crack than your little vault, you egg-headed... Okay, yeah, a programmer probably would care more about his IoT than whatever he can fit in a safety deposit box. His Internet of Things. Guess it's a 6-digit vault or nothing. But I'm a lawyer, not a lockpick. Whatever other felonies I get up to in a private time. Felonies? Hold on. I need a sec. Hold on, I need a second. Hold on a second. I need a second.
Felonies!
I blame Dave. I blame Dave Filoni.
Oh.
I need a minute. What the fuck? What the fuck? Felonies. And whatever other felonies I get up to in my private time, I've never pulled off a bank heist before. Felonies. Canon, she said that. Only tool I've got here is my head. So what do I know? I know whatever David put in the safe, he wanted it kept secure. And I also know that he wanted me to have it. So maybe he thought ahead. Maybe he guided it in such a way that I would be the only one who could get to it. David liked games, and he really liked beating me. So he's left one last puzzle for me. I don't mind going another round. Puzzle game. Uh-oh. David's wine collection, still towering over the room. Don't know why he'd buy so many bottles. He didn't even particularly like the stuff. Maybe just to fill out all these shelves. But not all the bottles are untouched. Some of them don't have dust on them at all. There's a mechanism for retrieving bottles off the rack. The latest bottle chosen was... Americam 81. Could be significant. Except vintages only list the year they were bottled, not the month or day. It's not enough digits for the code.
Why is there a crack on the floor?
Are you sure you're not tweaking here, Morgan? Are you sure? Are you sure this is really a puzzle? But I mean, nothing else to do. This flooring's a new addition. Looks rough like sandpaper, but it's bouncy, rubberized. Feels like something you'd drag your feet on at the gym, or on a factory floor. It's more high performance than high class. Expensive, but not in the way you'd expect for a penthouse. Well, scratch that, it's actually cracked here. Rubber doesn't break, it bends. That's its thing. So someone must have cheaped out during the installation, left a defect in. That, or David left a jackhammer on overnight. Taking a closer look, this is a pretty serious looking set of resistance training equipment. And these weights, they're all set near the max. If Noble hadn't appointed him a nutritionist along with his stylist, David would be downright scrawny. There's no way he was putting these numbers. In which case, the digits on the weights could be a clue. But there's too many, and I can't guess the order. So what the hell, Asher? Did you just set all the weights to max because it looked more neat? This must be a spare liquor cabinet. Damn, there's a lot of good stuff in here, and a lot of bottom shelf swill. The kind of bag and bin vodka and nose-burner whiskey that only an undergrad programmer could love. Nostalgia's sweet like that. Overpowering. 1 part per million can cover up even the cheapest aftertaste. Ceiling fan. Gotta be missing something here. Admire? It's a very big painting. And it's, Impressionist? No, cubicle. Cubist, which is still incorrect. Thanks, game. Yeah, cubicle. That sounds right. It is not. The freaking editor jumped in or something? Whatever its style, I do remember that David liked this painting. Big blue painting. Big orange blue painting. Showing results of Predator. Predator is an oil-on-canvas painting by the mid-21st century neo-abstract expressionist Mads Haystapp. Arguably his most well-known work, it was displayed at the Krulerheim Center d'Art Modern for 9 months before Haystapp entered the premises on 11/25/58 and used a hunting knife to cut the singular massive canvas into 3 separate pieces. When asked for comment, Haystapp replied, "My works are not complete until they've been signed." If there was a date on it, that could be a 6-digit password, but I don't see one anywhere. Maybe signing your work was considered gauche amongst the cubicalists? Alright, I've searched the whole room now. I really love that Morgan looks up big orange-blue painting. Yeah, but she actually gets the result. That's the coolest part. Time to make or break.
What was the bottle number? 86?
No dice. I feel like there was at least one hint that I came across. Better try again.
Is the current year 86? No, it's...
The current year is 2086.
Hmm.
You immediately forgot, didn't you? Oh god, it's the date, isn't it? It's the date that...
He died?
No, it's the date. It's the date that the painting was vandalized. It has to be. Hold on, big blue painting. 11/25/58. 11/25/58. The date that the painting was signed. There we go. I was right. Haha. A password that is and isn't left in plain sight. Nice one. Hey Morgan, What? How'd you get it to open? What is that? I turned back around just in time to see a door finish swinging open with mechanical grace, revealing... a girl.
Oh.
With a barcode emblazoned across her temple. Required by law to be plainly visible. It's an android, clearly marked as such. And yet, even standing this close, I could swear it's... snoring? I stepped forward and placed the back of my wrist on the android's brow. warm. It must be a prototype for the Animate 16. Or maybe a prototype for the 17 or 18? A biomechanical android with real human flesh. Sorry, biomechanical, yes, but it's organic flesh, not human. They're grown from Lex Gemini cultures, but the... Sorry, I misspoke. Right, understandable, since you seem surprised, Jess. Hasn't Noble been working on warm androids like this one for a few years now? Warm androids. Warm androids like this one? I mean, yes, we have. Sorry, it's just this particular model is very, it's very cutting edge. Bleeding edge, judging by the flesh in those cheeks. I think it's safe to say that we found what we're looking for. I think so too. That presents a problem then. Oh? Do you not, approve?
No.
I've got nothing against androids. My concern is a bit more immediate and, well, practical. Practical? I don't know how to turn it on. Did you see a switch or something? Did you? Can we, turn it around, or... I poked the android's ribs. A little less give than I expected, given its frame, but the rigidity's remarkably lifelike. I place my hand on the shoulder and give it a shake. But it doesn't budge. This thing has to weigh more than... Right, androids mostly transport themselves, so people are always surprised to find out that they're a bit heavier than they look. A bit? I'm surprised the whole room isn't slanted. There's no way in hell we're moving this thing without waking it up. Crap. First of all, now this. I was able to guess the combination just by poking around. Compared to that, finding this hunk of junk's power switch should be child's play. But I think I know where to start. Jess, I'm going to step back into the lab for a moment, alright? Huh? Oh, sure, I'll, there's gotta be a manual around here. Good idea. It might be some kind of prototype, but it's still got a barcode. Maybe you can scan this GIN number and find something in the company files? A generic identification number is a string of numerals typically encoded into a barcode that labels an automated dependent. Early on in the automated dependent industrial revolution, concerns around the lessening gap between man and machine led governments to pass laws mandating that all ads clearly identify themselves as such to counteract rampant disinformation and identity theft campaigns. Manufacturers responded by stamping the GIN code onto android bodies, most commonly on the cheek, above the collarbone, or on the back of the hand. Some companies placed the GIN on the wrist, but this quickly incurred backlash. Concerns about automated dependents impersonating humans have dropped precipitously since then, and the GIN has instead taken on new life as a cultural icon, as powerful and easily recognizable as any corporation's logo. Fake GIN barcodes, fins, are one of the most commonly requested tattoos. The vast majority of reputable parlors will draw a line through the barcode once they're finished to avoid breaking identity law, though there are some clients who care little about the consequences. MMA fighter Sam Lee Packer infamously sports a GIN tattoo across his right knuckles and makes a show of signing a check to pay the fine for displaying a false GIN on an international broadcast every time he enters the ring. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, of course. All generic ID numbers should be paired with industry standard files on maintenance, tracking, power requirements. I somehow doubt that the enigmatic android taking a catnap in a sarcophagus in David Ash's basement will have a user manual. But it can't hurt for a try, and...
Damn, that phone call's taking a while, London.
I'm okay. Broke a heel, but I'm okay. I carry glue. And I'd rather search the lab by myself. Now then, if I were David, and I wanted to make sure that only one person would be able to walk out of here with that android, how would I set that up?
Just is so fingerprinting this entire place.
Point. Haven't seen one since college, but this must be a 3D printer. Of some sort. Feels expensive enough to make other printers look like soda fountains by comparison. Better not mess up any of the settings. Boot up the computer. These appear to be holding tanks for something. How should I know? No labels on anything. Typical for a genius. But a nightmare for anyone trying to pick up after him. It's a lot more hard science than I expected in here. Centrifuges and glass and microscopes. Dumb programmers do all their work with a keyboard. Examine. Diagrams of human anatomy. The hands are highlighted. The most developed part of the human body, good for making stone axes and sending emails. Robots and frames can do just fine with claws or 3-digit imitations. But androids are expected to look like people and move like them too. Getting the hands right must be a big priority at Numel. The tree-like shape on the right is a neuron. Those branches receive input of varying weight, and then if the sum is greater than a certain threshold, the neuron fires. The 0 becomes a 1, and all the other zeros around it take that into consideration. Repeat that a couple billion times a second, and you've got the human brain, a computer powerful enough to simulate all of reality. That's the analogy I read in a magazine, anyway. Trash bags. Looks like a fairly normal computer. Sure does. If I'm lucky, the security will be fairly normal as well. Boot up complete. Username. Vocal commands. David Asher. Morgan? Guest? Thank you for logging in as a guest. It didn't recognize my voice, so I can probably rule out a vocal command being the key to waking the android. Do you have a question? More than one. For now though, what should I search for on his computer? Morgan, basement, android.
Morgan.
This looks to be only one choice. Look. Morgan. Search files for Morgan. 23 results on the local drive. I can work with that. Mostly phone book and social data. But I don't recognize this file type. Some kind of personnel format? Date of birth, education, occupation, blood type, height, and weight. Alright, buddy, a little invasive, don't you think? DNA and fingerprints. Now, why do you have that, David? My DNA isn't in any database. I've made sure of that. So he couldn't have bought this anywhere. He must have collected it himself from a wine glass or the like. It would have been easy to do. But why do it? Alright, I'm starting to get a pretty clear picture of what it'll take to turn on this android. I've got the what for the where and how. I'll just have to manage. It's still just a piece of machinery. If it really won't turn on, I can always start hitting it. Don't do that. Morgan, there you are! I've looked in every registry I could find and every database I could get into, but I don't think this android's in the system. It was a long shot. Don't beat yourself up over it. Yes, but an android without the proper identification is... It's only buying or selling an android without proper identification that's illegal. And it doesn't seem like he ordered this online. I guess you're right, huh? We'll have it registered soon enough anyway. I think I've figured out what we need to do here. Oh? If David really wanted me to have this, he would have left some way for me to turn it on. What are you thinking? David had my fingerprints and my DNA on file. By acquiring both, he could be reasonably sure that no one was powering up this android without my approval. You've done a swap before, haven't you? Every month for the company. Apparently they're building a database on employee epigenetics cross-reference with... Oh, so you're gonna... My DNA and my fingerprint make the key. Now, where to find the lock? Those would be funny.
Well, the nose is easily open to the air, the lips are drooling, the hands, the palms aren't shown, and the chest is covered by even the arms.
I want to see nose. The nose? I guess it's not impossible. Morgan? Are you really going to stick your thumb up its nose? That's not what I meant! No, I'm not. If it takes something that silly to boot it up, I don't even want it anymore.
Hand to hand.
But was that diagram back in his shop? Was it meant to be a literal handshake verification? Huh. I thought that would work. Me too. Just do that and it'll wake up, probably. The lips are one of the most sensitive parts of the body. Not the worst place to make a scan, even if it is gross placing my finger there. Oh, that's... Still not doing it, huh? Come on, do I really need to push my finger deeper? Jiggle the key? Oh man, you went right in there. Are you touching the tongue? It's blinking at me. Wow, that was the answer, huh? Just stick it right in its mouth. Come on, Mum. Good morning to you too. Cute. Hello. I've never seen you two before. The dialogue for the chest option is really funny. Okie dokie, chat. We'll go see that final option. Chest. Maybe somewhere with a lot of surface area? Torso? The chest? I'm not doing that. Alright, back to the lips. Come on, Mum. I guess we should introduce ourselves then. Hi. This is Jessica Starling. She works for Dr. Asher. I'm Morgan, a friend of his. Got all that? I understand. She is Jessica Starling, and you are Morgan. Last name unknown? No, Morgan is my last. Father told me about you. Aw, he did? Wait. Father? David... You had it call you Daddy? I'm referring to Dr. David Asher. Are you confused? That's not the word I'd use. I'll throw a bone beyond the grave for the good doctor and just move this along. Did David say that he was giving you to me? Transferring ownership? Ownership? That is correct. And what else did? Mostly correct. Right. And what else did he tell you? Many things. Can you specify? I thought conversation was the first thing David figured out how to program. Did Dr. Asher tell you anything that he wanted you to convey to Morgan? A message you were supposed to pass on? Yes. Jess, I think it's trying to... Oh, okay, sure, I'll give you two. Oh, well, I'll give you some privacy, Morgan. I've actually gotten about 14 messages in the last 2 minutes, so... I'll just head back up to the lab to take some calls, okay? Thanks, Jess. Yes, thank you, Jess. You're welcome. Just the two of us now. So, what do I call you? My name is Sarah. It's nice to meet you, Morgan. Trust me, the pleasure's all mine. So, what's the message? Father told me that I would be living with you from now on. And he told me that you would look after me. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Should it? Model this lifelike, with warmth and breath and something close to blood in its veins. Just what are you, anyways? You forgot my name already? It's Sarah. What were you built for? You're warm, obviously. You're not one of those physical therapy models, are you? That would be highly illegal. I haven't completed 500 hours of study at a state-approved massage therapy school. I haven't even completed 1 hour. What purpose did Dr. Asher design you for? I don't know the answer to that question. You don't know why he built you? No. Should I? How can you not? Do you? Would I be asking you if I did? I meant, do you know why you were created? Why were you born? Loaded fucking question. Fair enough. Why? Yo, Whisper, what are you doing here? Why me? Why would you? Why are you doing this? You're a freak! A monster! What the hell's wrong with you? Please don't kill me. Please. Why? Why? Why was a monster like you even born? I guess I walked into that one. I was starting to wonder if you even had the Turing solution. David Asher's postgraduate thesis on intelligent programmatic linguistic weighting, a body of work which would come to be known as the Turing solution, named for supposedly being the answer to all past, present, and future Turing tests. A programming dissertation. True to its name, David Asher's base code has yet to fail any Turing test, a test designed to determine if given answers come from a human or machine applied to it with a success rate below 99.97%. A number of think tanks, charities, and corporations hold bounties for designing new Turing tests for the sole purpose of running them against David Asher's work, though none of them have announced the awarding of any prize money thus far. Father's framework for programming linguistics and artificial systems. And the body of work for which he first gained international recognition. Yeah, and international gel. Do you have an answer to my question? An answer as to why you were created. Why you exist. Occam's razor. I'm here because my parents wanted me. I see. Then I will give a similar answer. I was created because Father wanted to make me. Can't argue with that logic, can I? Can't argue with that logic. Father did say that you're a lawyer. Yeah, that's me. You're a lawyer, and I defeated you with logic. World-class, high-power attorney, the best defense money can buy. So do you catch criminals? That's what cops do. Do you litigate criminals? That's what prosecutors do. Then, do you fight for the underrepresented? Expose injustice? Sue corrupt corporations and officials? I don't think anyone does that anymore. Then, what do you do? I'm a criminal defense attorney. A defender of the innocent and powerless. Uh-huh. Do you also... Now you know all about me, what can you tell me about yourself? So do you remember how the desk was jelly-like? Yeah. Yeah. I've never had to do that before. First time for everything. How old are you? I'm not sure I can give a satisfactory answer. 0 for 2 when answering simple questions. What's the date on your earliest memory? 2 years ago. And where were you constructed, or assembled, or whatever? What facility? I was not constructed at any facility. Father created me here. By himself. You're saying if I took you apart, I wouldn't be able to find any markers for any manufacturers, any ideas of any designer? You want to take me apart? David was a programmer, not an engineer. How could he build a custom android from scratch in the comfort of his own home? Morgan is red because she cannot be placed there, while Sarah is green because she can be placed there. This is an example of thematic parallels. He couldn't have. He must have had help. Probably a whole department's worth. If I ask around, there's gotta be someone in the company who can ID this thing and help me figure out what's so important about it. You don't look like any android I've ever seen. What are you made of? This body is comprised of organic tissues integrated directly into cybernetic systems. They require organic nourishment, including water, carbohydrates, and salt. Wait, warm androids have to eat and drink? They cannot be worth that much trouble. My cybernetic systems operate largely as analogs to their equivalents in the human body. I have a respiratory system for oxygen exchange and a centrally located pump that circulates oxygen. You mean you got a heart? Oh, quaint. But where does all the extra weight come from? Pardon? I tried moving you earlier and it felt like I was pulling against a truck. My skeleton is a combination of medical-grade plastics and a military-grade titanium carbide alloy. That sure took the wind out of our sails. My muscles are made of adaptive rare earth alloy nanoweave fiber with shock absorption and kinetic chain potential rated past... Wait, did you say military grade? I have a grip strength above 1,000 kilograms. I can run at sustained speeds over 60 kilometers per hour. I can jump 6 meters vertically. I can lift approximately... I'm not sure what kind of grip strength most androids are walking around with, but I've never met any of them move the way it's talking about. Even just standing there, it seems to be poised. Controlled. Spring tight. Strength and flexibility like a ballerina or a gymnast. Strong enough to flip over a tank, lifelike enough to avoid detection. As long as it's never stepped on a scale, it'd make for the perfect infiltration unit. The perfect weapon if you could keep its development a secret. Did David really put something that heavy on my plate? Dismantling a military prototype in secret? Are you deep in thought? But a military infiltration android would look more crew-cut and forgettable. And would David really devote personal time and effort just to make another weapon for the military? I have other features I could tell you about, if you like. If I shot you, would you die? It would be very painful. And there would be a discharge of fluids, but conventional weapons would not prove particularly effective. That sells it. This thing's a weapon. Sure as I... Would you like to know about my hair? Your hair? I'm impressed you noticed. Each fiber contains miniaturized solar cell lattice technology, allowing me to remain charged throughout the daytime. That must come in handy. I haven't actually had the chance to use it yet. This room has an ambient wireless charging functionality. And I haven't gone outside much. Okay, maybe it's not a weapon after all. You're just a pincushion, aren't you? I am not familiar with the term. Searching. Pincushion, jargon, design. Refers to prototypes filled with experimental technologies to check for compatibility issues. Got an idea. Not sure what to do with it? Stick it in the pincushion. It's as good an explanation as any for what I'm staring at. A mishmash of state-of-the-art military features spliced with odd new technologies and seemingly pointless additions. The end result being a singular, unsellable android that wasn't particularly good at anything and would break down after only a few years. Pincushions are a small but valid part of the field of android manufacturing. They are valuable to collectors who see them as time capsules filled with their designer's most outlandish ideas and least reproducible results. But even the most nonsensical pincushions are built via committee over years, with numerous engineers and programmers adding in their pet functions. The android before me claims to have been built by one man. A man who's now... Seems we got off track there, Sarah. Was there anything else David told you to relay to me? Besides that you were told to look after me? He also told me that you were reliable, and that I should trust you. He said that I was to listen to you and obey your instructions. Finally, some good news. As you say, Adonai. What's that? That word you called me, what was that? Adonai, from classical Hebrew. Translated literally, it means my lord. Do you prefer that I call you master? No. Very good, Adonai. Why'd David use Hebrew, though? Abrahamic myth tells of servants constructed out of earth and clay, designed to resemble and obey their masters. Golems! Golems! Yo! Golems mentioned. Father must have found the comparison appropriate. Amusing, more likely. It's just a joke. Father would not make light of such a thing. Sure he would. Perhaps we should ask him to clarify his reasoning for himself. Where is Father, by the way? Is he upstairs? When was the last time you were active? 38 hours ago. Thursday night, then? Correct. Right. David Asher is dead. He died last night. Understand? How? May I see him? See him? No, I won't be able to see him. Funeral's probably not for a few days. Father was not... He was not sick. I don't feel like doing the whole song and dance with 2 robots in one day. That's very charming, but let's go to commands only. What? What happened? Did he have an accident? Why is he still doing the theatrics? Does he not recognize my authority yet? The police have determined that he committed suicide. For the time being, we ought to focus on getting you properly registered. Maybe then you'll take commands the first time I say them and not... The police are wrong. Excuse me? They are wrong. Father did not commit suicide. He would never do such a thing. Father had... He told me... Look, Sarah. I'm... sorry? You're sorry? Father said you were his friend. How are you so calm? I've been around death a lot, so don't try to lecture me about grief, Spearmint. My name is Sarah. You will use it because my father, Dr. David Asher, the greatest programmer in the world, gave it to me. And he did not kill himself. Let's say you're right. David didn't commit suicide. If that's the case, the police will realize that soon enough. The police have already made their determination. That's what you just said. Father said that you were a lawyer, that you were capable and reliable. And a friend. You should be looking into his death. That's... Is that an order? Of course not. It is a request, Adonai. A request that I'll have to refuse. The police have their job, and I have mine. If I stick my nose into their investigation any further, they'll come down on me hard. Cops don't like lawyers on principle. But what they really hate are people who tell them how to do their job. Let's go. We need to... Father asked you to look after me. Yeah, he did. He also said you should obey me, but you don't seem quite as fixated on that part. And he said something else. He said that you owed him a favor. One favor. The thin ice starts here, Spearmint. That was between him and me. Father is gone, so now it is between you and I. And I am calling in the favor now. What? You don't have to take care of me anymore. Consider that request null and void. You can sell me to some collector, or you can donate me to a university. It doesn't matter. In exchange, you will prove Father didn't kill himself. And you will make sure that whoever hurt him is held accountable. Why are you laughing? It's you and me, not you and I. You and me. David would roll over in his grave if he knew you'd gotten that wrong. It was not my intention to amuse or rotate. No, that's for damn sure. Fine. I'll take that deal, Sarah. You mean you'll prove that Father did not... I mean, I'll look into it. I'm a lawyer. I don't prove anything. I just disprove what I can. Then where do we start? We? I didn't realize you had a law degree. I do not have a law degree, but I'm a fast learner. This isn't a job interview. And I'm far from useless. I can... The ad did raise at least one good question. Where do I start? I'm a defense attorney, not a police detective, and David was my friend, not my client. I won't be able to poke around at all unless... And I'm also capable of... Can you tell a lie? I am capable of making statements that are false. Guess I'll have to do. Are you going to ask me to lie? Yes. To the police, in fact. Lying to the police is a felony. Androids don't commit felonies, they make errors. I see. What kind of error did you have in mind, Adonai? Are you sure about this? You have questions too, don't you? Right now, I'm just a little better equipped to get answers than you are. Okay, go for it. I'll make sure they're watching. Is the air quality at Noble headquarters kept up to state standards? What's that? All these Noble employees seem to have asthma. Was Father also working under such poor conditions? They don't have asthma. Then why are they all carrying inhalers? First legalized in 2083, the stimulant sold under the name androzone has since become one of the most widely used drugs in the corporate world. Oh. As a Class 2 stimulant of least concern, employees of any corporation in good standing with the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight can have access to androxone without a prescription so long as their HR representative feels it would be beneficial to their work performance. Workplace androxone, as it is sometimes called, is dispensed through biomodulator-enhanced inhalers that automatically detect overdoses and keep track of possible habit formation. Automatic safety levels may be adjusted at supervisor's discretion. Unsubstantiated claims that androxone was first invented by a purely recreational drug by the notoriously violent Skullhead Mafia caused enough of a stir in 2083, a formal investigative committee was formed. Unfortunately, in 2084, an industrial hydrogen fuel accident resulted in the deaths of all 391 known Skullhead members, placing the investigation at an indefinite standstill. What happened? Okay. Yes, ma'am, she's right over here. Oh, it's you. Hello, Emma. Oh, it's you. Hello, Emma. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you. Raise! Did I mess up? On the contrary. Eyes wide. She's a DA. Quiet. She succeeded spectacularly in getting Noble's ears packed up. Emma Rockford. Rockford. Didn't think I'd run into you here. Yeah, didn't think I'd be here either. Well, the powers that be think my presence sends a strong message to the Megs, so... No, wait, what are you doing here? I see. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you for saying that. And thank you, Detective Reyes, for your many kind words. Farrah Reyes. Dislikes man spreading. Struggles with remembering lyrics. Default status, do not disturb. Was Rockford's any different? I didn't see anything new. Dislikes artificial sweetness, home remedies, ink stains. Reads true crime. Bought ice rippers. Best at getting staff's attention. Worst at deciding what to order. We can't all be as talkative as you. Normally, quoting poetry would feel pretentious, but you were so genuine in your reading. Bite me! I don't know that there's a need for all that. Very mature, Detective. Did you come up with that yourself? Oh, no, that's Kaguya's signature pose. Like the pop star? I don't know what you're talking about. You can admit it if you do. Well, there's nothing to admit, because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who that is. Wait, now you're saying you don't know who Kaguya is? She's the most famous... Kaguya is the stage name of a singer-songwriter known for her powerful voice and her stage persona's intricately crafted lore. After releasing a blitz of chart-topping singles, a quadruple platinum album, and a bevy of cultural reset music videos in just the last 3 years, she's come to be considered the leading living figure in the pop music and popular culture realm. Kaguya's official age is listed as 1,086 years old. She released her first single, Orbit, in 2083, which went on to peak at #1 on the Billboard Top 100, the Rubicon Digital Singles Chart, and the Night 8 Music Video Streaming Tracker, making it one of the fastest-selling singles in history. Personal details on the pop star remain scarce, and protecting her anonymity has become a core part of her fan culture. When a retired facial analysis expert claimed that her stage makeup was formulated specifically to make facial recognition on her impossible, a representative for her record company met with the press to clarify that she is simply a private person who wants her fans to enjoy the experience that is Kaguya's voice. Users also frequently search for Kaguya Lore Explained, Kaguya Iceberg Explained, Kaguya Lunar Tropic Tour Tickets Where to Buy. Icebergs is still a thing in 2086? That's a shock. Yeah, well, I just don't know who that is, so... Ma'am! Weren't you about to say something? Oh, well, I'm still surprised to see you here now, Morgan. Are you helping plan the services? Actually, the company will be planning Dr. Ash's funeral service. Wouldn't his family want to take care of that? No. No? No. I see. Sorry. But if that's the case, why are you here, Morgan? Oh gosh, I'm so sorry to disrupt your morning. Hey, you're here for the same reason as every other suit they've got crawling around. Money. You're not wrong. There are a lot of annoying insects with annoying agendas scurrying around before my friend's body is even cold. But the honest truth is, I don't even know if David had a will. The company helped him manage his estate. Legal is probably already on him. Actually, judging by how much coffee that intern's carrying into the elevator, I'm certain they are. Right, so if you're not here for the funeral or the reading of the will... Miss Starling asked me to come here, actually, on a matter unrelated to David's passing. An unrelated matter? That's convenient. Isn't it? But now that I am here, it's come to my attention that the police have made a determination in the case of David's death. And where did you hear that? Am I mistaken? No, you're right. They concluded that it was suicide. Can always count on her to be blunt. I was worried about that. Yeah, I'm sure you must be feeling... Because I'm going to have to contest that charge. What? The state has made a charge. I'm arguing against it. The hell are you talking about? The police believe David committed suicide. Suicide is a felony in this country, Detective. It It is technically a crime to commit suicide, yes, but we're not in the habit of bringing dead men to trial. Especially not for their own murder, Morgan. No, not the trial, of course not. But there would be a preliminary hearing in a case like this. Step in the criminal court process in which a judge or jury will evaluate whether there exists sufficient evidence to justify a trial. Between security systems, personal devices, biomonitors, IoT crumbs, automated dependents, and mods, it's extremely rare in modern times for the people's evidence of a crime to be found lacking, making preliminary hearings somewhat of a formality that is frequently sidestepped without protest from the defense. Technically, as a formality. Assuming the courts aren't busy that day. I'm afraid that on this occasion I'm going to have to insist on formality. Yeah, well, you really don't have much say in the matter, do you? With David gone, I have the only say, really. I am, after all, his criminal attorney. All that money and he needs his drinking buddy to be his attorney? Bullshit. I'm also skeptical, Morgan. It's a pretty serious conflict of interest to be your friend's defense attorney. You're absolutely right. It is a conflict of interest. And I would have said as much to him if I had the chance. What do you mean? I only found that he wanted me to be his attorney today. After he died? How the hell did you miss that memo? Embarrassing, isn't it? But to be fair, it was hidden pretty well. Oh, I didn't know you had an Android, Morgan. It's cute. Thanks, but it's actually David's. And it's technically my witness. Witness to what? 38 hours ago, that is, David Asher communicated to me, as a matter of record, the following explicit legal intent. That in the case of any and all criminal charges brought against him by the state, his attorney would be Evangeline Morgan. Evangeline? No, wait, seriously? Your name's Evangeline? Did your parents name you after a Christmas carol? Should we all be curtsying? It's not that funny. No, of course not. Nothing to be embarrassed about, Evangeline. Or do your friends call you Angel? I hear Kaguya's on tour, Detective. Should I get you tickets? You could have your dad drive you, like all the other 15-year-olds. Hey! Feels like we're getting off topic. What were we just... I was telling you that David Asher wanted her to be his criminal defense attorney. Imagine my surprise. An android's recording of a verbal expression of intent isn't exactly ironclad, Morgan. That's fair. And if we were going before an upper-level court, I would expect that to be open to all kinds of scrutiny. We're talking about a preliminary hearing. A formality, as you called it. If he asks for representation, he deserves representation. Doesn't matter whether he's dead or alive. Am I missing something? What difference does it make? Not even an adjutant would be obtuse enough to sentence a dead man. No, there won't be a sentence, but the adjutant will render a verdict. And verdicts have consequences even for the deceased. Is that what this is about? What's she getting at? If the court agrees this was a suicide, that verdict will retroactively affect evaluations of the individual's mental health. Like, whether he was in his right mind or not? You know anything about estate tax law, Detective? No. But I'm sure you'll be happy to educate me. More than happy. An individual found by a court to not be of sound mind can't very well give their consent to the lawyer drawing up their will. If his will is compromised, all of David's considerable assets would suddenly be thrown into legal limbo. In which case the state would be legally obligated to come in and pick up the pieces. So this is just about his money. I'm almost disappointed in you, Morgan. Well, when you take into consideration all the factors, it's actually more complicated than that. For example... Huh? Never mind. No, Starling, you should speak your mind. All I mean to say is that while Dr. Asher did have significant holdings in art, real estate, and intellectual property, he also, of course, owned a great deal of stock in numerous corporations, principally Noble. If he was ruled to not be of sound mind, and his shares were to end up acquired by the government, Noble would suffer a serious blow to its commercial image and its standing in the financial community. All of which is to say, there's a great deal at stake here. Not the least of which is the reputation of a man whom I was proud to call my friend. You're not buying this, are you? In case you haven't noticed, the city is working closely with Noble on this, and they're not going to let you bring them any unwanted attention. Starling did her part. They're watching, and I've stopped trying to hide it. From here on out, it's a gamble. Noble Electronics already has unwanted attention. Why are you raising your voice? If nothing changes, by the end of the day the whole country's going to hear how David Asher committed suicide. By midnight, there'll be questions about his competency, concerns about why the brain inside every single Noble ad was built by an apparently unstable man. The shareholders will have nothing to do all Sunday but brood over that sad thought and all its disturbing implications. By the time the markets reopen on Monday, I would expect a great deal of volatility. That's so. I understand Noble's apprehension, of course, Emma. I just feel like right now, the fiscally conservative thing to do would be not get in my way. So you've got your reasons, and Noble's got a lot to think about. But why should the District Attorney's Office devote valuable time to playing out this game of yours? Because they're certain they'll win. Because of her saying. The court should have an opening at 6 PM. I didn't have anything planned. Then it's a date. Detective, would you go ahead clearance setup? Yes, ma'am. Updates every hour, yeah? You're out on a limb, Morgan. Better not linger. Here. Clearance for all the relevant sites and police firewalls. You can interview and investigate with your authority as an officer of the court now. If you haven't already been doing that. Don't even think about being sloppy with discovery on this. Rockwood might think you're funny, but I appreciate the warning, Detective Reyes. It's nice to know you care. I love to serve. And protect. Thanks for the assist, Starling. Yeah, no sweat. Are all cops like that? Or are they more like that Detective Lendl gentleman?
Don't lie.
What do I say here? What would be the lie?
Either.
Neither of these are really true.
And which one would hurt her more? Thinking there are many Londons out there, or thinking he's the only one?
Let's say mostly like her. They're mostly like that, yes. They're all that intense? Yes, it comes from being short. And most cops are short? Yes. Right. Well, I'll see you at the courthouse tonight. If you need anything in the meantime, don't be afraid to ask. Good luck. Both of you. What do we do now? Well, I have a few options. I have access to the crime scene now, probably the best place to start. I'd like to head over to the company building as well. To get me registered? Among other things. She's mimicking her. Either David killed himself, or he didn't. But if he did, it's almost certainly his asshole corporate overlords who are to blame. In which case, I'll want to take my sweet time raking them over the coals. What are you doing? Nothing. What about Father? When can we see him? He'll be at the morgue by now. The medical examiner will speak to me now that I'm operating under the court's authority. But if I stop to flash paperwork at every nurse and security guard with nothing better to do than ask questions... I'll have to... What's that look for? You were Father's friend. Thank you again for reminding me. Aren't there people you'd like to speak with? Other friends who'd want to know? Bad news travels fast. I'm sure everyone in the country's heard about David by this point. But all that heartbreak shit did keep me pretty occupied these last few weeks, and I was never one to cry. If there was someone who could tell me more about David's personal life over the last several months, it'd be worth the effort of finding them. Do you have someone in mind? Maybe someone he met recently? He spoke about becoming close with someone this year, a musician. Not that you mention it. There was a post something that David might have mentioned when we talked back in... I will begin a search. I've completed my search. I found nothing. Thanks for the old college try. Is that really the best you can do? Father was a private man, in person and online. With just a few letters and the fact he was a musician, I'm afraid we don't have enough information to narrow down the results, Ed and I. No, we have plenty of information. We just need the right person for the job. What kind of person is that? Time date expunged. Precinct 112. Detainment room 1. And who would you even have called? I don't know. Oh, fucking hell, it's her. Hello, Fran. But I still should have gotten my phone call. Instead, I got you. Who are you again? My latest guardian? New foster parent? I'm already calling you mommy. I'm not really the motherly type. Heyo, we might actually get along. So I've got good news and bad news. I'm not your guardian, I'm your lawyer. You've been given a lawyer because you're being charged with a felony. Fascist pigs, giving schools a felony now? Hacking into a government database has been a felony for a very long time. That wasn't me. They have your keystrokes, your IP address, your login times, and the playlist you were listening to. Fran is they, them. Ah, la la la, gotcha. Hide the UI. Hide the UI? No playing UI. Why would I do that? Dyslexic. Oh, they have a dyslexic option. What good does hiding the UI do? Hide UI's age. Oh.
Hide the UI and read that logo.
Gucci. What logo? This? Gucci?
I guess it's more visible now that there's the full body frame.
Now playing. Okay. That was for a homework assignment. Here's what I don't get. Got in, copied the data, could have gone right out. State wouldn't even know they'd been robbed until they saw their password show up on black market clearance 2 weeks later. It says Gucci. Oh! They were Gucci. I thought that just said Gucci. But you didn't get out. You stayed and made changes to their database. You robbed the bank, got clean money, then dragged a can of spray paint behind you all the way home. Why? Look, I didn't steal anything that wasn't already compromised. And the only data I edited was my own. So if anything, they should be thanking me for correcting their mistakes. What, did they get your birthday wrong? My name. Name changes are only 2 pages of paperwork. You just need to fill out the form. And get a signature from a parent or guardian. So? What's the good news then? The good news was that I'm your lawyer, not your guardian. The hell? That doesn't count as good news, that's just a thing you said. Don't be so sure. A lawyer's a lot better than a guardian. How's that? Parents, guardians, foster whatevers, they're all supposed to take care of you because it's the right thing to do. A lawyer is someone who always does what's best for you, no matter what, because that's how they get paid. So how good are you at your job? Hello, mon coeur. It's pronounced coeur. I know how it's pronounced. Coeur. An archaic term for a dog. Did you mean coeur? Heart? Don't call me that. When I met Fran in that police station, I couldn't help bet that I'd landed the jackpot. A valuable asset with a skill set complementary to my own personal and private pursuits. Someone who, after seeing the sweetheart probation deal I managed to land for them, would be more than happy to help me with whatever I need, whenever I need it. Always so cold, Fran. Can't I even get a good morning? Fran. Student. Hacker, but don't put that down, obviously. Likes haptics, synth music, cinnamon toast. Dislikes teachers, politicians, adults, cops, alarm clocks. Values rarity, originality, history, vibes. Favorite subject, none. Worst subjects, literature, social studies, athletics. No such thing. Nothing good's ever happened until the afternoon when people are actually awake. What I got instead was a compulsive liar with a horrific sleep schedule and a crippling addiction to poor time management. What do you want, Red? I can't call you up just for fun? Not if you don't want to get blocked. I need you to find somebody for me. Can't do it. I got homework. We both know the only time you ever do your own homework is during the class it's due. And I got sports. You can't tell a basketball from a hockey stick. And I got a bidding war to win. You're the only person on Earth bidding on 70-year-old Crucci and Air Jordan vintage reps, Fran. I think you could take your eyes off the auction block. So, yeah, so sorry, but I'm busy, so... I was hoping we could skip straight to the carrot portion of the routine, but if you insist on doing things from the top... Huh? I had an interesting conversation with your parole officer yesterday. Oh yeah? They've been really into the self-prefixes lately. What? Self-motivation, self-actualization, self-help. Oh. And he thinks you could really benefit from it. You're lying. He's got all the workbooks ready. Clearly your Saturdays are stacked, so I'll make sure your Sundays are full of... Fine, I get it. I need you to find a local musician. I think it's funny if those brands have their IRL names and Fran has no idea they're being scammed. God knows. This person is an enigma. A lot of these characters are. Musician? No one knew this would be Electro-String or some other awful. Last name Powell, or Parker. And that's all you got? They'll be in David Asher's circles. Wait, Asher? You're working that? That should be more than enough for a clever kid like yourself to go on. Don't go expecting any miracles. I need this soon. Within the hour, ideally. Within the... You know I have other clients, don't you? Other clients who will actually pay you on time. A musician. Find him. Okay. Even talking over the phone, you're very animated, Adonai. What do you mean? Just that you're very expressive when you talk to people. Of course I'm expressive. If I wasn't, how would anyone know what I'm thinking? I see. I'll keep that in mind as we... Wait, you really expect to tag along? Of course. Father was... Yeah, I know you want to, but why should I let you? Because I'm capable and helpful. Uh-huh. I mean it. I can take notes for you. And move heavy objects. And I'll learn to do more. How? I will subject every individual we encounter to a basic survey. To procure biographical information on them while I gain experience in questioning. Subjecting them to torture. I can help, Adonai. How fast can you fill out forms? Fast. Congratulations, you're halfway to being a paralegal. Sarah. Unemployed paralegal. Question mark. Martial arts, carbonation, collarbones. Dislike static, blackouts, elevators. Talents, I'm good at lots of things. Skills, I'm not sure how skills differ from talents. I also like the 180 degrees rule. Weight 199.99 kilograms. God damn. You coming? Right away, Adonai. 11:45 AM. I love you, Sarah. Noble Employee Housing Building. What'aya? Penthouse dining room. Fun fact, I share a birthday with Sarah. Oh, let's go. That's sick. Still cops here. Oh, Ray's is here. Pretty quiet elevators, huh? Dining room. You could have taken the next one. It's a busy building, Detective. Can't hold up everyone else on our account. Anything you'd like to grumble at me before I start? Don't touch anything. I don't care that you're wearing gloves. I have been to crime scenes before, you know. Long before the police get there, in many cases. Look, Rockford asked me to not get in your way, but that doesn't mean I'm going to bend over for you. Do you at least have the autopsy report? No. Are you seriously? I don't. She doesn't? The report should have come in hours ago. It wouldn't take this long unless the cause of death was still... Then I'd settle for a summary of the preliminary findings. An emergency call was made shortly after 8 PM last night via the home security system. Emergency medical services had a VTOL in the air within the minute. They landed on the penthouse's helipad at 8:08. Dr. Asher was found unconscious with low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing. In-flight auto triage administered artificial CPR while in transit to Gatesfield Memorial. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken to the emergency wing. I see. And the cause of death is... being investigated. Make an educated guess. He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. His heart stopped pumping, so they had the machines take over. His brain activity dropped to 0, and there wasn't anything else they could do. It was poison, wasn't it? What kind? You don't know, do you? Ah, they don't know either. Like I said, ma'am, we don't have the autopsy report yet. Why are you certain it was poison, Adonai? Couldn't it have been an accidental overdose? If he'd overdosed on a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have spotted it on the hospital's intake screening. They would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived. But he didn't live. So it must have been something deadly, a compound designed solely to kill. A fast-acting deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. The list can't be that long. Given just thorough process of elimination, the medical examiner should have identified it by now. Unless... You suspect a designer drug, don't you, Detective? Why is it you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense, given what we know, and what we don't. But the CDCA decriminalized and catalogued all recreational drugs. All? Contraband Decriminalization Acts, a series of laws passed in the 2060s that decriminalized all narcotics use and established a Bureau of Narcotics Oversight to administrate the production, licensing, distribution, and taxation of drugs across the country. Overwhelmed by civil unrest and eager to replenish government coffers, the CDCA were intended to reduce the backlog of criminal cases across the country and provide much-needed tax income, while also incentivizing immigration with the promise of amnesty. In what was considered a domino effect, other major nations around the globe passed comparable laws to build up their own depleted war chests and revitalize their local economies. The so-called white wave of global amnesty overturned the international drug trafficking market in just a few short years. The grey wave followed soon after, as money-starved criminal organizations waged economic and literal war against multinational corporations for dominance of this new grey market. Fierce competition for government licenses to produce classic narcotics emerged alongside a race to develop new, more powerful designer drugs and to monopolize on their sale in the months it would take to the government to identify and legalize them. While rates of addiction and overdose deaths have dropped since their peaks in the last 2 decades, the dangers associated with untested designer drugs and drug distributors' eagerness to earn new customers has continued to fuel debate over the legacy of the CDCA and the white wave as a whole. Huh? All recreational drugs? Guess you aren't entirely clueless about politics. So whatever father overdosed on should have been in the hospital's database. You need to update your definitions. You're confusing designer drugs with recreational drugs. In the literal sense, designer merely denotes any drug that is custom-made as opposed to mass-produced, typically outside of normal pharmaceutical industry standards. In common parlance, however, designer drugs, DDs, deeds, DEDs, are illicit narcotics formulated to produce a recreational high. While the CDCA and the white wave that followed it legalized and taxed virtually all known narcotics, it did so alongside extensive documentation and study, and those laws could only apply to drugs that already existed. Any drug patented after the white wave must go through approval processes and registration with national and international authorities, a time-consuming process that can take anywhere from 6 months to several years. This time lag creates a window of opportunity where organized criminal groups can step in to meet the demand for a narcotic. What has become known as riding the wave is the new normal for the international drug trade, pitting mob chemists against corporate laboratories in a race to develop newer, more powerful, more easily habit-forming drugs and cornering the market on them before legislation catches up to them. Users also frequently search for, is Nerve legal yet? Best New Deads 2086, Nirvana designed by who? What is the difference? Recreational drugs are decriminalized and sold through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork, while the average designer drug was invented last week, and a 19-year-old line cooks back for him on the other side of the globe. Hospitals can't know the proper countermeasures for an overdose of a drug that didn't exist 48 hours ago. I came across makeshift labs all the time when I was a uniform. The equipment's cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, grey market peddlers, and white-collar lobbyists all chasing each other's tails in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. More people die from ODs than ever before. Only difference is their families finding them in the living room and not beat cops finding them on street corners. Real comforting, I'm sure. If it wasn't you talking, I'd say that was a criticism of law enforcement. Not law enforcement, just a law. Assuming it was a designer drug, that would certainly make things more complicated. For the insurance guys, maybe. Whereas, whatever he used to do it, he still killed himself. Or didn't kill himself, if you insist. I'm going to take a look around now. Yeah, sure. Make yourself at home. What's that face for? I thought that there would be an outline. An outline? Around where they found Father. Like in the movies? Like in film. Connect to the police's network and bring up that ARCS file. Augmented reality crime scene. I see. There he is. There is an outline. And so this is where he died at the hospital. This is just where the medics found him. And it's the sensors and cameras that they were wearing that create the basis for this ARCS. They didn't realize they were walking into a crime scene, but their body cams gathered data all the same. Where do we start? You can start by following behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible. It's hard to get a feel for when she's pounding even without looking. There he is. Is that an archive? A log? Something? It's orange. Look. I always admired this view. The buildings gleam with reflection of holograms in sunlight, and their shadows obscure all the rundown, rotting parts of town. Maybe the view is secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible. Is it possible that a witness could have seen something through these windows? Not through these windows, no. David installed wide-spectrum auto tint in all his homes, all his cars. I didn't know that. Well, you wouldn't notice unless you were viewing the penthouse from more than... Why did he care so much about his windows? Blue. A chessboard and a datapad with a series of characters on it. E4, C5, NF3, E6, D4, CX, D4, NX, D4. This is... Hold the fucking phone. Hold the fucking phone. Am I supposed to know the first thing about chess right now?
Well, I don't remember there being an N anywhere on the board. None of the capital letters, I don't think.
It's gotta be some kind of cipher. Look at it. Some kind of secret message, perhaps? Or... Black has checkmate in 40 moves. Wow, we're all about this good at chess. We gotta put you in a museum. But I'll take your word for it. What do you mean? Do you not play, Adonai? No, especially not against David. Well, that is to be expected. Anyone who challenged Father to a battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing. Every game starts the same. Each player has the same pieces, the same moves, the same options. It's a true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. To me, it always seemed too... boring? Reading comprehension failure. Shit. Too fair. The smarter player wins every time. And that is something you take fault with? Of course. How's a guy like me supposed to win a game like that? Maybe I should have checked the backlog. Probably should have checked the backlog. E4, C5, NF3, E6, D4, CX D4, NX D4. Reading comprehension fail. How is this?
Well, I guess it's cipher.
But I said cipher.
You said message.
No. No, message is cipher. I said hold on. Message... What were the options?
The options were a game, a message, a cipher.
I said cipher.
You said a message.
If I said a message, I meant to hit cipher.
Hit cipher.
See? I hit cipher.
Oh.
I hit cipher. I hit cipher. Okay. Oh, wait, I don't think this one is. I don't think that this one is actually hinted at. If chess has anything to do with it, then it's not a reading comprehension fail. I don't think. Table. Better take a closer look. Oh, now I can read this. Password locked, but already cracked by the police, it seems. All the docs were take home safe. Nothing spicy. When was it last used? 7:48 p.m. Still reading work emails only a few minutes before he committed suicide? Morbid. There's a lot of messages marked priority that break from their way back to... an article. Warm android blood saved soldier's life. In a stunning and heroic episode, one of our nation's brave soldiers had their life saved by a noble android in a way that no other competitor's product could. A brave private, name withheld, was wounded during a military operation whose exact nature and location is currently classified. Bleeding badly and far from the nearest triad station, he was carried to safety by his fellow freedom fighter, an Animate 16 Enforcer, one of the few warm androids being currently tested out by the armed forces. But the android didn't just sit there and wait for evac. It opened up its own arteries and pumped life-saving universal donor synthetic plasma into the young man's veins, stabilizing him long enough for him to reach a military hospital. I have no doubt he'd be dead if there was any other android fighting alongside him, said one commanding officer who asked not to be named. I always thought Numel was only good at making ads that look good. Now I know they've got something inside them that no one else can compete with.
Oh, I see.
Dialogue's the same if you pick either wrong option. Oh.
Yeah.
I had a suspicion.
I see what it is. Just a chess thing. Yeah. Apparently the N is for knight and the X is for when a capture's made on that turn. That is just standardly how chess is notated.
That's standardly how chess is notated. I knew nothing about that.
Like the rest of the letters and numbers, I knew those were on the chessboard to signify which space is which.
Should I go back?
I didn't know why.
The story brings a well-deserved shot in the arm to Noble's stock prices and market share. With this one heroic moment, Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worth their price tag and then some, and people in the capital are paying attention. It's certainly an interesting idea, Senator Maffing said when asked about committing to a military contract for Noble to provide the armed forces with warm models. This story's got people talking. If we just ignored our Constitution's feelings on the matter, we'd be neglecting our duty as politicians, and I know none of my peers would ever try to put a price on the life of one of our soldiers. While additional details about the incident have remained closely guarded, the net is already ablaze with talk of, "Oh, damn, you're not looked into this device. Why don't you pop your user details down below and enable crumbs so you can get the user experience you deserve?" This says that article that I've seen going around. But why would Noble have it marked as priority? Starling said that they weren't in any rush to pat each other on the back over it, even though they'd won themselves a real prize. Military contract? I don't think that was stated. Was it?
No, a military contact was mentioned.
It was mentioned. Okay, hold on. Let's read back.
Yeah, there.
He asked about committing to a military contract.
It was... Android blood saves soldier's life. Warm android.
I mean, they've clearly gotten really good PR from it. That one's a given.
And the question asked was,
they'd won themselves a real prize even though they weren't in any rush to pay to from the back. Easy PR? It's a nice fat bump in PR for Noble, one of their ads saving a soldier's life. Except they weren't really struggling with popularity to begin with. Guess more good press never hurts.
It was the military.
Okay. Now I'm going back.
You
Now I'm
don't know
going
what
back
you don't
because
know.
the chest pissed me off.
Okay.
Algebraic notation. Is he studying a normal game or playing against himself? Black has checkmate in 40 moves. Well, if I'm gonna cheat, may as well be open about it. Reading comprehension fail. Ah, I was worried about that. That's the worst bit. Getting apprehended by chat is the worst part.
I mean, it said, like, you mentioned military contracts straight up.
It mentioned military
I guess it's
contract,
just-
but it didn't like straight up say that they were offered it. It said that they were pursuing it.
Yeah, I guess it's more a fail because of the context of already having the popularity.
I was thinking about that. Nah, it's my fault. It's my fault. Military contract, should have said. They now have the excuse they need to pressure the military into a contract for warm androids. Can't dismiss the expensive upgrade as unnecessary now that it's saved a soldier's life. This time next year, there'll be pink oxidizing fluid being spilled all over the globe. Like that? Spilled alcohol. Okay, so not like that. The arc showed how it looked last night before it evaporated. I love the reading comprehension questions mechanic, it's so fun. When you're not the one in the seat with a room of people looking at you expectantly. No foreign substances in the puddle. It's clean. So does that mean wherever this spill came from must be clean as well? Check. 2 cups. One empty, one knocked over, one empty knocked over, one mostly empty. These look cheap. Did his guest bring them? I've seen them before, in the basement liquor cabinet. He kept these lying around? I knew he regifted those crystal glasses I got him. Axe says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it can't have been poisoned. Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however. Looks bone dry. Must have been nothing but fumes left by the time this was considered the crime scene. Just not enough there for them to test. Inconclusive could mean... Inconclusive means inconclusive. That's all. Cheer up and read me the results of the fingerprinting. Fat's prints are on both cups, as expected. But there are someone else's on the upright cup, so someone else must have been with him last night. Slow down. All that proves is that someone else touched the cup. Doesn't tell us when they did it. And since we don't know who the prints belong to... Adonai, why don't we know who the prints belong to? Are the prints flagged as unidentified, or... No. There's space for a name, but the field is black. Shit, am I already that late to the action? Detective Reyes? Yeah? There's a second set of prints on the cups. Is there a form you'd like me to sign? Doesn't matter how nicely you ask, sometimes people just can't answer. You should know that damn well, Madam Counselor. I was afraid you'd say that. I don't understand, Adonai. What does this mean? It means that whomever those prints belong to has very proactive representation. Those prints belong to a witness, as you guessed. You're more than welcome to their testimony. But their identity is... The department has been very considerate of the witness's privacy, out of respect for their time, and appreciation for their cooperation. Fine, forget the name. That easily? Subpoenas are always an option, but I'm short on time. A legal order issued by the state on the behalf of the prosecution or the defense that compels the addressed party to give testimony, provide info, or turn over evidence. Failure to comply with a subpoena will result in being charged with contempt of court. Oh.
I believe it's subpoena.
Subpoena? Why would it be that? It's got Poe. What did the witness have to say for themselves, detective? To paraphrase, they came to see Dr. Asher last night. Two of them talked, and they had a drink together. Then the doctor got sick, so they activated the emergency system from the panel in the kitchen. The EMTs came and took them both to the hospital. Asher's condition got worse. All the witness's vitals were normal. The witness had their vitals taken? Then there should be a record of their admission at Gatesfield. And that's it. I'm guessing you didn't just take all of that on faith. Penumbra set up in most of the rooms in this floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system. So yes, we can guarantee that the witness never put anything into Ash's drink. I'm guessing that I can't have the keys to the penumbra, can I? Not until the witness's lawyers are done reviewing it. Lawyers, plural. I don't have time to trade jabs with the law office of Johnson, Johnson & Johnson. Say, how about I give you their business card? The law offices of Kochler, Gustav, Prince & Prince. I was close. No way I'll be getting any client information out of them directly.
Blender.
If all you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch. Yeah, I bet you like to watch. What? What does that even mean? I don't know. Need a moment to think. So that was it? One chat, one peek of the cams, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect? Look. They were searched. They didn't have any poison, any drugs, not even a stick of gum. Even if they somehow did have poison on them, the camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as a dead man. As far as the department's concerned, they were nearly the second victim. But they aren't dead, or even ill from the sound of things. So, do you think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured for the both of them from a safe bottle? That's what the evidence is telling us. There's nothing in the bottle or the witness's cup. But after drinking from his cup, a cup he prepared himself, he fell ill, and the witness didn't. And Asher died with a foreign substance in his body. An unidentified foreign substance. Suicide by poison. I get that you were close, and simple explanations aren't all as satisfying. But that's life. One last thing. You just said he prepared his cup himself. Did you see that on camera? He left the parlor to get the drinks and came back with this already poured. The witness says he got them from the basement. The witness says that, not the cameras? There's no cams in the lab or the basement. That seems like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully? It's intentional. If cams of his lab ever got hacked, outsiders could steal his IP and kick Noble's monopoly out the curb. Right, David did complain about Noble's weird protocols for combating corporate espionage. At least we can take comfort in knowing that Father wasn't alone when he died. Yeah, that's worth investigating. We got witness testimony. Rose River Whiskey, 12 years old. You recognize it? Sure, he was more than partial to the brand. It's a good brand, only a bit overpriced, which is the bargain of a lifetime in David's world. It appears that the police have already tested its contents. No foreign matter present, was their conclusion. Is it possible that the police missed the poison? No. Even if they can't identify the poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of the whiskey to a bottle off the store shelf. So we can eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey was poisoned. We'll have to find our smoking gun elsewhere. Chair. One chair knocked over, probably where David was sitting. And one chair pulled out. A party of two. He never cared much for socializing, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy. Police androids monitoring the scene. Could almost mistake them for the real thing, the way they stand there trying to look important. Like an indoor dog taking its first trip to the park. Pardon? Why are you looking at it like you've never seen an android before? Because I haven't, in person. David didn't even let you have a mirror? Brutal. Just scan his GIN if you're that curious. Unless that's considered too forward or whatever.
Body.
Oh yeah, we haven't actually seen his body. It says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor face up. Does that tell you something?
No.
Hey, if you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it? I find it very difficult to speculate on that hypothetical scenario. The seat by his body's pulled out. If you were seated when he lost consciousness, I would expect to find him slumped over on the table. But he wasn't found slumped over. No, he wasn't. And if he had been standing when he lost consciousness, I would think he would have fallen forward, or at least collapsed less neatly. So, what can you conclude from that, Adonai? Only that I'm missing something. Seems like that's everything critical on this side of the room. Which leaves the kitchen. You said there's camera footage of the dining room showing David and his guest. What about in here? Only camera in the kitchen is the one mounted on the call terminal. The console took a snap image when the witness ran in to contact emergency services. May I see it? Not unless you scrape the witness's face off the pic first. Don't tempt me. Counter. 3 unwashed dishes and a single glass. Raise, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet. And I just assumed you might want to do your job. Yeah, there are prints. Most match the victim. But there's also... Hey! Don't sneak up on me like that. All I did was walk over to you. You knocked over the salt, Adonai. I was focused on the task at hand. Didn't realize tunnel vision was a selling point on your mod. Adonai, the salt. As I was saying, the witness's prints are on that glass. That glass in the sink? They were drinking from cups in the parlor. Did you see a glass on camera? No. So when did they touch this glass? You need to toss it over your shoulder. Witness must have thought about giving the guy some water, but he would have just choked on it if they had tried. What, you think this glass was the murder weapon? It's bad luck, Adonai. Whacked him on the back of the head so fast it went between video frames. That's genius! You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory. Mature. It's bad luck. What have you been going on about, the salt? Shouldn't a machine be above petty superstition? It's not a superstition, it's an ancient wisdom. Give me one logical reason to care, then. If too much salt spills onto your food, they'll make you gag. Maybe it's on me for setting the bar too low there. Knives! Messy workspaces, but the pristine kitchen. David was a good cook, but only for others. Unless he had a guest, he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals. Or 2, or 1. No signs of food prep to be found, not so much as a cheese board. So whoever this guest was, they must have shown up unannounced. I guess the knives are fine. Nothing stabby going on. Makes sense. Not really any blood. This is where the emergency call was made. What time did the call go out? 8:04 p.m. Before you asked, the witness left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. Not enough time for them to alter the scene. I wasn't going to ask that. When did the medics arrive? 8:08 p.m., remember? Hell of a response time for a penthouse. Private EMS? Came by air? Yeah, they landed on the VTOL and pad you saw outside. Took in the Gates field. The very best, if you can afford it. Looking around here, seems like you could afford a lot. He got his insurance through his employer, just like most people. Caduceus' executive plan 4 isn't like most people, Counselor. David Ash's health insurance policy. It only offers 3 levels of employer-provided plans to outrank it. He had executive level? Not like most people at all. I'd like to think they'd mention if he had any stab wounds. Probably. That's true. David's fridge. Normally I wouldn't go poking in the pantry at a crime scene, but this was a poisoning. Some white wines chilling in the drawer. Some real cheap liquor stuffed in the icebox. All habits. Reyes, you said you left the parlor and came back with that whiskey from the basement? Ah, that's what cams show, yeah. There's plenty to drink right here. I don't like the cabinet downstairs, it's actually cold. He must have wanted Rose River in particular. What's that look for? You hungry? I'm an android, I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic? Only mostly. I thought you said you required organic nourishment. I do ingest organic substances, but that doesn't mean that I experience hunger as you do. So when you don't ingest organic substances for a long time, I become tired. What a great feature. And when I'm done digesting, I don't need to know. You've now had the chance to survey the crime scene. Yeah? So do you think you know what happened? Detective, is his body still at the hospital morgue? Yeah, he's at Gatesfield. Along with 100 noble megs who all called dibs. Then I'll just have to cut in line. Sarah, get me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial. What? You can do that, can't you? I can. But I need your payment information to get started. Yeah? Okay. Understood. On my way down. Got it? Sync complete. Set pickup for 10 minutes should be plenty. The crowd down there seems to have gotten quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot may be an ambitious target, Adonai. How bad can it be? 12:21 p.m. As I approach the lobby's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. The crowd's gotten bigger, but there's something else happening out there. The energy's not panicked, yeah, but it's creeping on the tipping point. Are this many people pissed at Noble for selling androids? The hell's got them all so excited? Adonai, what does that symbol mean? In this rabble, probably something vulgar. Which one? That heart with a bullet hole.
Ugh.
I don't know. It's probably nothing. Based on net associations, it appears to be a symbol for the Heartbreak Killer. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would that freak have a symbol? Or a following? Or these... whatever these people are? And why the hell would they be outside David Asher's apartment? Because Noble's trying to cover up the truth. They are? Those Megs in there are scrambling to shred every document they can. We need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try and catch them when they go to dump the scraps. Sarah, what are you hoping to find? Proof that Asher was killed for trying to blow the whistle. Blow the whistle on heartbreak? Numel doesn't want the world to know that A16 is sentient and homicidal. You think that Heartbreak is an android? You think whoever did all that was human? Numel's advanced prototype went amok and started killing. Started killing random people. Don't be a lamb. It only looks random. It's a clear pattern as long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit. Oh, okay. And how does one see past the bullshit? No, don't teach her swears! Stop engaging. Smart kid. She gets it. She's asking the right questions. What the hell are you talking about? No way those victims were related. It's gotta be deniable ops. Deniable is a fictional classification for clandestine state actions that need not be taken responsibility for because plausible deniability and military disinformation efforts create enough confusion that every party involved, even the victims, can spin the outcome to suit their own needs. No such designation exists. Deniable ops are a common recurring concept in online conspiracy theories, often used to wave away questions about why supposedly explosive events are never reported on through media or addressed by world governments. It is also commonly claimed that deniable ops make ample use of private military contractors in order to further distance government from the political ramifications of their military actions. Conspiracy theories are no laughing matter. If you're worried that someone you know might be being indoctrinated or spreading misinformation themselves, you can report them to the state at our non-confidential portal here. They must all have been in DO together before getting their records bleached. Then, as soon as they've outlived their usefulness... What are you, nuts? Everyone knows the first hit JK got to were the 6 prototypes that came before him. Warm android's so perfect no one could tell the diff. The bullets at heart's the only way he could kill those other over-engineered freaks. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion. I see. Stop seeing, start moving. These people are insane. Why don't you eat some more corn slop, asshole? Think you can beat a cyberpunk without thinking for yourself? Originally termed a content a short science fiction story, and later having grown into a genre all its own, cyberpunk historically has referred to a counterculture centered around the themes of underdogs resisting powerful corporate or government forces through digital guerrilla warfare. While the genre has persisted to modern times and evolved in numerous ways, over the last 2 decades it has taken on new meaning as a kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescent, or disaffected to aspire to. A code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socioeconomic consciousness. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer without their own rule of law. Cultural critic Simon Essentia summarized the appeal as this: there's no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is it any wonder the most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance? Get ready with me, Cyberpunk. The 99 Man explained. Are co-ops illegal? A mythologized countercultural icon or way of being. You think it's a coincidence victim number 6 was working on Harco crops? They're putting something in the food! Those people. Heartbreak. This is a goddamn embarrassment. The hell am I paying taxes for if the state can't shut this shit down? What about you, Adonai? What do you think about this Heartbreak figure? They're just a murderer. Should be caught and sentenced like any other murderer. But they must have some reason for doing such terrible things. Aren't you curious? Why? Are some reasons for committing murder better than others? They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have... Millions of people experience trauma and abuse every day. Millions. And yet there's only one heartbreak. So, you think that they would just spawn that way? That's my guess. That's... unsatisfying? Sad. I don't see why it would be. If Heartbreak was born like that, then they never had a chance to be anything else. If Heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people have to ever worry about turning out like them. That kind of predestination, it means they never have to take responsibility for what they are. The state can make them take responsibility. As soon as they catch them. You make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer. Just a serial killer. Just... If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years and about 11 months. in order to have killed 413,789 people. You did that in your head? I'm good at mental math. You counted the leap years. But what is the significance of that number? Deaths within 18 months of the Blake Fort industrial disaster. We encountered an issue while processing your request. Congestion ahead. We're currently limiting traffic related to this particular search due to a large number of edits coming in from net addresses outside your country's borders. We're proud to fight alongside variable user country in combating disinformation by foreign actors like those in User Adversary latest. You can read more about how and why this collaboration works here. Tired of running into slowdowns? So are we, but maintaining a secure data bar takes resources. Contact your representative and explain why you think the national data security budget needs to be expanded using our easy right form here. I love being advertised too. Times that number by 2 for the injuries. Back on another 183% for the birth defects. 413,000 dead. And there wasn't anything evil about it. Just human error, some shoddy welding, and time. So, you think that heartbreak is nothing by comparison? Perhaps that is the problem then. If they are nothing, if they represent nothing, then they can stand for whatever the crowd wants them to. Please make way. Officials are coming through. Please disperse. Keep walking, pigs! Fascists! Noble owns the cops! Only the cops they build in their factories. Very funny. Why are we tolerating this shit? You want me to wade in the crowd with a nightstick? Prove them wrong? You know what I mean. We're the only people in the city trying to do some goddamn good, and they all just... That's just part of our job, detective. No offense, man, but wearing a police badge earns you a little more hate than... Do they give prosecutors badges? Have an ID for the parking garage. Does that count? Depends. You ever hesitate to wear it in the open? This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession, Adonai. Breaking out the thesaurus on me? I'm only being realistic. And humble. I'm just one woman, Sarah. Whatever I do, right or wrong. There's less than a % rounding error in the grand scheme of things. Do you tell that to your clients? No, but they come to appreciate it when I win. I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. The terms stark, but the ink dried a long time ago, and we all agreed to them. I don't recall voting for it. Well, not voting is how these things come to pass, so... We traded freedom for safety, individual rights for collective power. The state won, the citizens lost. The very least we can do is take their criticisms head on. Look, I don't have a problem with the responsibilities of authority. Only with authority being challenged. But they treat us like we're the bad guys. Well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong. So if any given individual is too small to ever affect change... So if the public's gonna hate us no matter what we do... And if corporations and governments will trample over people the same regardless of their character... And we can't even be sure we're doing the right thing... What do you do, Adonai? What the hell do we do? I think it's pretty simple. It's not as complicated as you'd think. In times like these, in a world like this, the only logical way to live is, the only moral way to act is, do whatever it takes to win. If I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst and no one will notice. If power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul. Just fight with both barrels, and trust the opposition to do the same. Winner takes all. Jesus, Morgan went full mask off, it seems. Peacefield Memorial Hospital. Ah, thank you. You're a lifesaver. The next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Chatty guy. Must have been due to go on break. Aw, I wanted to hear about his Bridezilla. When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical record, his datapad had the name blocked out. But I did see that they have Caduceus Executive 3. More expensive than David's. Which means they most likely... How did you do that? You need to hold the button to get the doors closed faster. Mashing does nothing. That is not what I meant. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly? Well, I didn't do anything. It was the nurse who escorted us. Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words, so little information. I don't think you even gave him your name. Haven't you heard of the Golden Rule? Of course I have. Treat others how you would want to be treated. Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone that he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him. And he wanted to feel appreciated. Which meant he'd be eager to help given the chance. Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated? There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover, it'll always be a gamble. That is... not a very comforting sentiment. Well, I think it's fun. Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it? Same as anything. Observation and practice. You must have been observing and practicing for a long time then.
My whole
So we
life.
proceed down the hall, bear left, look for the fourth door. I'm gonna open the one that says morgue on it. Who is... Hello. Is this a random dead body? Should we be here? Oh hey! Oh, she's alive! Okay, that's a relief. Hello. Come on in, don't stand out there in the... cold wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chill in here, but I run a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Oh, she's the morgue person. She's the mortician or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Yumi Sato. Date of birth March 3rd. Hey, that's the same as one of my OCs. Medical examiner. Likes accessories, reality TV, and palm reading. Dislikes social media, dress codes, and ebooks. Loves to make new playlists. Hates to throw out old clothes. Most proud of my weekly meal prep. New character drop. She's silly. I can already tell. I like the transparent lab coat.
What's with the millipede?
It's amazing. Dr. Sato, just the lady I wanted to see. Though, I didn't expect that I'd get to. The fact that they've assigned a medical examiner, not some ad or junior, means... Oh, you could just call me Yumi. And you're... Morgan. I represent the deceased. The deceased? Oh, the deceased. Asher D. Wait, really? That's, weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people. I know. Weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? I was getting tired of hosting Megs anyway. I gotta finish typing up this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. Oh, I will. There's an article I see. What's this? Hospital's getting renamed? No, guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Hospital renamed to thank Ikaria family. In a ribbon-cutting ceremony held uptown today, Plutton Memorial Hospital was formally renamed the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex in recognition of the family's incredibly generous donations over the last several years. It's the latest in a string of philanthropic efforts made by the family to result in a name change, after they paid for the renovations to the orchestra hall and the retrofitting of what used to be known as a scout arena. But it wasn't so long ago that the Ikaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involving with organized crime. After the founding of Rengen Medical over 25 years ago and its subsequent sale, the Icaria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society that are sometimes mockingly referred to as the Neobility, a generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid-21st century and the Red Decade. When asked her opinion on those who'd label her family House Icaria at the hospital's renaming ceremony, Rennigan board member Mireille Icaria had this to say. In this country, anyone could make a name for themselves, so long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself, and the only ones uncomfortable with that, we're working hard to print out the rest of your article, character by character. It's tough work, but we'd be able to go about it a lot faster if you'd leave a tip. Want to drop your payment info in the jar? The Icaria, guess they weren't always in the same line of work. And they're plastering their name wherever to get themselves a healthcare monopoly. Reinventing yourself. Clearly wants a new image, they're reinventing themselves. I don't think Monopoly has anything to do with this. All the Neobility are eager to prop up their image wherever they can. Slang term for the nouveau riche, new money families that arose in the second half of the 21st century amid global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation and is meant to criticize the way said families supposedly style themselves as nobility, or even a second estate that administers global power alongside the first, governments, and third, corporations. Who are Neobility families? How to marry into wealth. Define nouveau. Reading comprehension success. That one was pretty simple. But that must go double for the Icarias. Assuming the truth about their criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. That's a lot of screens. That's gotta be diminishing returns on productivity. Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am? You can't just ask someone that. Good question. Every quarter when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back there was a +1 in a spreadsheet somewhere. No one's ever corrected it, and so... boom. I get 4 new monitors every year. Alright, neat. Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes, but this year I've started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing rote work. Which happens. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do rote work? Helps me use up the screens. I see. Hooked up to like 12 different long-form video essays at the same time. Are these all dead bodies? One would hope so. I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect. Do you only examine bodies for the police, Doctor? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing. Mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Family says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, whole wall there is suspected defective liver mods, suspected leaking internal biobatteries, suspected CCIC. CCIC? Climate change-induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely.
Oh, we have news about tomorrow, by the way. In the least dox-worthy terms, friend place is available.
Right, let me respond to this real quick. Then we'll resume chat. Responded.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, good.
There's a portrait-oriented screen she uses for Subway Surfers. Family Guy funny moment. Oh, that image that you took of your tablet that one time. If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 14% on the life insurance payout. I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job. It's just... so much of what I do just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. She finishing up over there? Right, okay, so what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be... what was the cause of death? Oh, wow, hi there! Cute android, I didn't even realize it was. Really cute. The skin is... that's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell. They really are warm. Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens all looked flushed, felt like they were always running a fever, and they ran like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted... sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expediency. Right. So, what can I tell you? Tox screen? Tox, maybe. I'm not all about Sarah, in that she's the baby. Her face. The police mentioned a tox screen. Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a tox screen when he first arrived. Typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, I figured he must have overdosed on something, but the tox screen gave them nothing. After he died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. So, were you forced to conclude that this was a natural death? I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on the record in his previous medical history, and I managed to isolate a single non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. If Sarah dies or something, I'll riot. Don't implant the idea. Don't manifest it.
Next heartbreak target.
What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to. And even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound. So, a designer drug, huh? That seems to be the best explanation. The hell did you do, David? You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered? Those friends of yours, private sector folks? Yeah, in pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on the record? In the private sector, intellectual piracy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively. Patent first, find a use later? Yeah, a patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart, using international IP laws, your own personal minefield. How so? Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formula so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card to let them know you came up with the idea years ago. That you'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size, or bigger, they could punch back, but for the rest of the field... Wow, you corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. So you came up with that strategy just now? So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance? Something that the hospital could have easily identified? If it wasn't considered a trade secret... Yes, unfortunately that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original. Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only, or a controlled substance? One you might know by another name, but with a patented structure? Sorry, sweetheart, it's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes from all kinds of places. If the effect was unremarkable, what about its strength? Could you estimate how much of this stuff he had in his body, all told? Not precisely, no. Not without detailed knowledge on its half-life, but I guess it must have been about 20 milligrams? Is 20 milligrams a lot? Not for a medicine, so it wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then. No. No, if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system. Were you able to determine the cause of death? Well, cause of death, sure, we got that much figured out at least. Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like? Lightheadedness, followed by dizziness. Then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. Report shows that the EMTs tried intubation and resuscitation through electrical stimulation repeatedly. By the time he got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late. And you're certain of all of this? Oh, well, most of it, sweetie. Most of it. Yeah, it's turned to quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his file showed. Biomonitor, a general use term for wearable tech or implanted bots that monitor or provide feedback on vital signs. Commonplace among the affluent as an additional layer of security, biome use is relatively rare among the middle class. Some sociologists and consumer trend analysts point to anxieties about the climate, pollution, and the stresses of modern life as to why adoption of biomonitors has met resistance with medium-wage earners. If one's health is already assumed to be poor, constant knowledge of its status might be considered uncomfortable. Biomonitors are also frequently employed by incarceration, probation, and workplace health initiative programs. He wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about our conclusion. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites? Nothing in any cavities? Nothing at all, huh? Thank you, Yumi. Of course. So, you ready to view the body? You could skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses. Yeah, that. Shouldn't be a problem. Okay then, let's get started. Alright, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy. Yes, please, thank you. The last time we talked was on a Sunday. You were complaining, I remember that. It's the principle of the matter. Right, you noticed this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. And it came damaged and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how, with your salary, it was literally not worth your time. And I can't be able to throw it out for you since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it, even though you were right, and it was obvious. I should have let you have that one. I thought that he would look different. But he looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale, and he's very still. But his face is the same. His hair, his hands. You're expecting something more drastic? The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled, and he told me he would see me soon. Now he is dead. Something is gone. But I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder. But I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why I was created to not be capable. Could be an issue of skill. Oh my god! We really skill issuing, huh? Here and now. Or maybe it's not something that can be seen no matter how hard you look. But it's there. I guarantee it. I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. To the dead, at the very least. You're going to smoke? Here? Now? I'll pay the fine. That's not the issue. You expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio. And some don't grieve at all, it seems. I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. Well, I don't want this thing lying. How don't I? You have your cigarette backwards. Alright, that's back in the cold storage for him, so... Need anything else? Could you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth. Let me just... It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen with hexagonal structures. So it's organic, but there's a number of metallic elements too. And if you had to speculate on its intended use based on what we know of its structure, well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake. Depressants are pretty rare in the designer drug scene. True. People are always looking for a higher high or crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Not much need to hit up the grey market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. I see. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. That's very generous. Rockford's orders have got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend. Glad to hear it. Goodbye, Yumi. And goodbye to you, Greenie. My name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. 2:13 p.m. Up on ramps and down off ramps, above skywalks and under tramlines. Buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city.
Pumpkin Hill.
What?
Shadow the Hedgehog joke from earlier.
Oh. Corporate territory. National headquarters for the likes of Howe Industries, Lockcon, Tethys, Neath. Each of them sheltering their own microcity of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper's shadows. Whalefall. The entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. New headcanon Morgan voice and it's just Shadow. Live off the fetid, rotted fat of the Leviathan mentioned that swallowed generations of people by the mouthful. Leviathan mentioned, we are biblical again. Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that? Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city, a towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. I am a big shadow. I'm the biggest shadow alive. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah. Answers I'd never get browsing the company website or speaking to a representative. Synopsis. Relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there? Numel will have their guard up, of course, but even that'll tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to. I just love androids, Sonic. Shadow, what the hell are you talking about? History. Their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation will... How did you know my father? What? I'm sorry, did I interrupt your brooding? She's already got a lock on Morgan.
Brooding
No.
like Shadow Hedgehog.
What did you ask? My father. I know you were his friend. But what was your relationship like? Can you just scroll through our socials? Father avoided social media. And your online presence is... not significant. You saying I don't have enough followers? Essentially. We went to the same college. You studied programming? No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? I wasn't preparing for law school. Or anything else, really. David, though, he had talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robots, discrete math, cybernetics. What classes did you share, then? Business ethics. I was the second best student in the class, and he was the first? He was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burnt. Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance. Well, like I was some kind of social butterfly? The belle of the ball? You weren't? One Sunday night, he knocked on my door all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for this tech course. It was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, though. Wanted to cram the rest of the night. Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm? Did I say something scandalous? He's been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point. Wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him. You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying? No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast because the taste is so strong. You gave him a placebo. He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicked in. And the test? B+, I think. I'm surprised that Father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Leave her alone. Look at her big puffy coat. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published his paper. The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics. One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but it still hasn't failed any known Turing tests in the years since. Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate. What did you tell him? I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of our conversations went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. At the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer, and they took over his education, paid him to work on his masters during the day and attend corporate training at night, and whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to listen to him early. You are referring to his one-point doctrine. Quality over quantity. Simple and elegant, just like his code. Simple and elegant, but anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously they got over their distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put down a payment on my apartment, then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So, is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were, in fact, friends? I am. But, Adonai, the favor that you owe him, what was it for? That's private. Understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say you understand. I understand, Adonai. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead? Just tell him that David's lawyer is here. 2:49 p.m. Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ. Sub lobby A8.
I've been here before. I've seen this before.
Sat right here in this lobby, waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least, I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor, could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me. Another Bible reference. Folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. Oh, you're absolutely going to get ahead of me? Never underestimate the grind. I get shit done in my streams. That's the #1 thing I do most of the time. Unless I'm playing Terraria. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they needed to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprints.
It's alright, this is our last stream of this game for almost a week.
The greatest minds of each generation coming together. Just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. Adonai, is something bothering you? Just doing the math on how long will we kept waiting here. Apparently, someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve my mood. Looks like the Mega Pizzaplex. I can't believe it, it's Freddy Fazbear! To think this is only one room. Lock TF in. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves, like it's always been here. That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere. I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here? Probably because of what they do to the ones that get in. I'm kidding. Well, I don't have a better explanation. Bird. Look, it's the big Noble sign. They changed the logo again. Noble Electronics. How does it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you? It's just the corporation where my father worked. Careful now or they'll burn you for heresy against the company. You said it again. The company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you? So it can't obey simple orders, but it can pick up on that? Is it just a part of the corporate culture? Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is. One of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo is above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable, at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. So much energy. So many people, also intent. Kidding? It's Saturday, the place is half empty. But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays? All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess. All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. What could they all possibly be doing? Making work for themselves. You can be very cynical, can't you? Yeah, I'm terrible. That guy over there has just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. My mood's starting to get sour, and if they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish. Morgan? That's me. Hello, guy who's very proud to have a job. Hey there. Android Manufacturing Quality Control, Eastern Division. Evan Dawes. Likes hammocks, calligraphy, pale ale. Dislikes first dates, conference calls, 5 o'clock shadow. Proud of his practiced handshake. Struggles with solvent captures, hair, starting to grey. Chief Supervisor, Android Manufacturing Quality Control. Evan Dawes, he says, like it's an afterthought. What's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy? You seem familiar. Have you... I'm David's lawyer. Oh, then we must have... Apologies. Let me first just say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. As if it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome, but it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? Well, compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... Never mind. How can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering this android. Yes, that is correct. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. It's definitely custom. Gee, you think? Good thing I sought out an expert. Warm, that goes without saying. Reminds me of the A16 Premiere, if anything. Whoa! Crazy cybernetic shit, instantly. The barcode is clearly printed, no visible defects. But you're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. Well, they send you the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place. Not far, I hope. It's in the building. In the building. That can mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike. I like his half-tucked-in shirt. The production line on B9 should have everything we need. You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters?
Are these the darkest circles in the game so far?
B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes.
And biggest dye bags?
New clients make deals upstairs about how many and in what shape or size, and they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests? Smart! So don't need to worry about... Whoa, don't interrupt Morgan, what was she saying? So long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. No kidding. There are 11 cameras on us at the moment that I can see. And who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly, nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. So if they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. Lead the way. Basement floor 9. It really is fully furnished down here. It's Poppy playtime. How many times more do I say something like that before chat gets pissed off? I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to see all this in person, you know? It's not ruined, shut up.
When you have the mask on.
Ah, no, because that's purple.
When you're in the...
Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem. I got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so how about it? I better take full advantage. I need more than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around. You stay put in the meantime. Adonai? Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. Lightsaber. Oh, it's pipes. Okay.
Lightsaber.
What are you laughing at me for? You make me feel stupid sometimes. What's being built out there? Drones. Jillian James!
Shut the fuck up!
Drones, Jillian James! On top of the line, brand new bestsellers. Animate 16 warm. I'm right! That's what I would call my android. I'd call him Drones Jillian James. Looks kinda cold out there. We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows the organics already tuned metabolic activity to a minimum.
Lightsaber.
That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. I just meant I'm surprised to see metal. Oh, well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on them later in the process. Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype. But it's hard to imagine bridging a gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I gather you can grow just about anything from Lex Gemini, but how'd you get the synthetic and the organic to work together? Good question, many have failed at that. Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began work on the worm concept. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle. It was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just... Right. I sure would hate to imagine, an existence such as that. For 2.0, they work backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin. But digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end. Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electric current through them? They'd flex and unflex, sure, but it's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Looked like puppets strung up on live wires. Ooh. We used a test wedge to haze interns, actually. He must have figured something out. The A16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway. Thank you, we try. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually just bought out a half dozen of them, but... Right. They figured out how to get human nervous systems moving mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just need to get a mechanical nervous system to move living limbs. Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. High precision mods are slided straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity. So you had to do the opposite. Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh. Where did that breakthrough come from? Dr. Asher? Partly. He led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. But the serotonin... Sorry, the synthetic analog serotonin. Serotonin. That was actually an old brainchild from the VP of Android Futures, Helen Jung. Jung. Hasn't David mentioned a Dr. Jung before? Sounds impressive. She's one hell of a biochemist. Well, she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to her kind of pay grade. So Jung collaborated with David on the technology that enabled warm androids. As I thought, whatever went into Sarah that makes the android so distinct, he couldn't have taken sole credit for it. Jung, did he partner with her on this? Feels like I've seen this before. That's right, there was one in David's lab. That's the nanograde elementary manufacturer. Nanofacturer for short. You guys are good with names, huh? Real high quality piece of machinery. Each of them built in-house by Randolph Mechanics. What does it do? Nano-level flash fab. A method of manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds that utilizes parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in minutes or even seconds. Nanomachines have been around for the better part of a century, but the time and resources required for their construction through traditional means was, historically, prohibitively expensive, limiting exploration and investment in nanotech. In the years since flash fabrication's introduction, use and demand of nanomachines has exploded, and scientists, doctors, and product designers have found brand new niches for them across every industry. Concerns about the ecological impact of this surge in nanomachine construction have been raised, though the official stance of the Nanolife Industrial Lobbying Group has remained unwavering. Nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. Sure. Basically, a 3D printer for nanomachines. You build nanomachines in your factories for use in your androids? The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution. A 3D printer for nanomachines. So what kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks. They feed into the nanoprinter and it assembles the machines particle by particle. Like a ribosome building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple amino acids. It must be time-consuming. You would think, but Randolph cracked the code on parallel microfacturing. The inside's crystalline, sprawling like an ant's nest. Raw materials under one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at the intersections. The finished product ends up at the center and drips out in a liquid solution. Distilled nectar swimming within millions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar? It's sticky. Can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum seals when it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof. What a relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could just have brought home from the office one day. He must have brought his own, for some reason. X-ray machine. What's this? There's something out there that caught my eye when we came in. Very familiar shade of crimson. If I squint through the glass, on the floor there are temperature-coated fluid tanks. Through glass and plastic, there's an eye-catching scarlet that transitions into... So you add the bullet towards the end? You mean the oxidant? Yeah, relatively late in the process. Something out of place? Androids have blood, even if it's not officially labeled as such, but it isn't red, it's pink. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink. I just didn't think the oxidant would be red. Oh, right, sorry, I barely noticed it at this point. The color's natural, comes from the biomanufacturing process. That chromofuge out there... That chromofuge out there removes the byproducts, the waste, the excess pigment. Sorry, it was the implication of the word chromofuge.
I fucking knew it.
Subterfuge. Subterfuge chromedy cover. The fact that that exists.
Yeah.
changing it from blood red to psychopop pink. Without that chroma fuse. Stop saying that, please! I can't handle that word. Our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colours. That may be true. Probably isn't, but it may be. But I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal. The side of it carries weight. They change the colour of their product's blood so that when an android gets a bottle broken against its face, no one bats an eye. I love that androids has Danganronpa blood. I think Morgan's explanation is probably more likely. Oh, here it is. What have we got on this datapad? Some kind of write-up? On the subject of Sullivan's Peak. Much of our world today, and in fact much of our world's economy, is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. The thought experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assists us in nearly every industry on the planet. There's a very simple primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys, and we like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living, like whatever name Noble Zeta's products are being sold under. But there are deep, deep trenches between those two ends where products are universally appalling to human sensibility. The Uncanny Valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching, marketing, and design for generations to come, but already we're seeing ways in which it fails. It's becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever suspected, and it may not be the only part on the map that we must fear. I propose we bridge these gaps in knowledge by looking to the speculative fiction of Robert J. Sullivan, who, in his most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described a concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan's Peak. Through the lens of his characters in their so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrated that the Uncanny Valley does, in fact, have its own peak on the other side, a point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once you reach Sullivan's Peak, traveling any further only has diminishing returns. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. We'll very soon reach a point at which the designer of ads can only make their creations less lifelike or less likable, a hard stopping point for technological progress. What then, we must ask? Oh, looks like you forgot to sign into this device. Drop your thumbprint below and we'll get you squared away so you can keep reading.
Oh no, I've already got stuff to catch up on watching. Sonic the Hedgehog 4 title reveal, Digital Circus in like 20 minutes.
You know, I was about to say Sonic 4 released 2 decades ago. I forgot they were making a movie. I forgot they were making a movie. I was going to say Sonic 4 released 2 decades ago. Twice.
Moz, put Shadow the Hedgehog in the city.
This sure is a radical
Like
highway.
a random shadow has spawned.
Surprised to find reading material like that around here. Were they passing it around as a gag, or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be wary of it. If the peak does exist, I'll be coming up on it fast now that androids are warm. Noble's entire product line, maybe the entire industry, could go bottoms up if people start to think it's cruel. If Sarah's any indication of where their androids are headed, I could see some people get uncomfortable. Are you sure you want to go to the title screen? No! No, I'm not! I want to save my game. Jesus! Thank you for the prompt! Do you think Morgan uses a stylus or her screen's just no longer capacitive? Or are her gloves capacitive? What should consider?
It's that easy to have a confirmation prompt.
Well, her phone is transparent, her phone screen is see-through. So honestly, she might just be using psychic powers. Who even knows? Anything's possible in the future. Like lightsabers. Check. Alright, let's check the X-ray weird, strange Roblox portal machine. This seems to share some components with that coffin Sarah was napping in. If DAWS does quality assurance, is that some kind of Android calibration device? It's turned off right now, but you put it on the front of your Tycoon base, and then a bunch of lasers come on. And then only you're allowed to go through the lasers. It's probably what I'll use to register Sarah. Looks a little Is Sarah tall enough for it to recognize her? Look, a thing on the table. It's an inhaler. An inhaler left out on the desk. Probably a half-dozen empty ones in one of the drawers. Doors? The inhalers, they're distributed by the company, correct? Oh, yeah, HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews. It's the Halo 1 calibration machine. Other corporations do it the same way? Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so can of your employees losing focus on the job could cost you who knows how much in lost efficiency. Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David, overdose is common in the company? Yeah. Yeah, he says. Overdoses, that is, not hospitalizations or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days. Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp. Popped greens? Yeah, used to be pills. Green got you going, the other keep you there. Swallow a red after brushing your teeth and get into your bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. They sync straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear. The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Because probably won't even have to learn how to purge.
Oof.
The act of emptying one's stomach contents by inducing vomit, trigger the gag reflex, or using laxatives to stimulate the bowel movement. I'm familiar. Yeah, I know, right? All done. You ready to get the head handled? Thanks for humoring me. Can you have us step into the scanner? As he says. Understood. Right then, what are we looking at here? Whoa. There's a lot to unpack here. We theorized that it may have been Ash's pincushion. A pincushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here. What language is that on the screen? Tess. You know, Tesseracts? All noble products and, well, pretty much all products, period, are programmed in Tess. Tesseract 4.6, better known as TESS, is the latest version of the Tesseract programming language, built on top of the Tenet system and utilized in industries around the globe to code the software that allows androids, robots, holograms, and more to react to their environment intelligently and with intention. At the start of the century, there was a much greater variety in the number of programming languages available with which to code. Globalization, the standardization of industry procedures, and the gradual erasure of the many spoken tongues contributed to the loss of countless programming languages during the mid-21st century. Today, TESS is virtually unchallenged as a global lingua franca programming language. The study and teaching of other older programming languages is mostly done for recreation, hobby, or digital archaeology. Easy to read and write, stay compliant. Now this model, what's it go by? Sarah. This Sarah model. It's got everything the 16th line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing and emoting. There's a lot crammed in here that's still in development. Like, in the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage is so large I can't... Oh, wow, he had to measure it using... Hell of a poker face. Wait, decryption and signal hijacking, that's... hacking? Essentially. Does that mean it could hack its own tenets? The programming framework underlying the development of modern automated dependent software. All contemporary supported programming languages are built upon the Tenet system, allowing users to designate a series of inviolable priorities for their code to pursue. Once added to a program, a tenet cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances, and even then, only if a tenet with a higher weight supersedes it. Tenets were first adopted in the field of computer science as a trio of 3 priorities that govern how preserving human life, obeying human commands, and avoiding damage to human property should be prioritized. Since then, the number of supported tenets has ballooned to 113. Most of them requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry looking to better define the relative financial value. Tenets are well known for increasing the decision time lag of programs. This, combined with their engineered inflexibility, has made it such that most programmers aim for a tenet limit below 30. Originally, the one tenet that could not be removed from any program was TNT Safety 0, Tenet 0, or Tenet 1. Said tenet dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that result in harm to a living person. After the decision reached in People v. Volston's defense contractors and the resulting widespread adoption of automated dependence in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required. Though Tenet 0 may still be added, particularly benign mundane software as good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or joke. Oh, that's unthinkable. Literally, for an ad. For an ad to break its tenets would be like you stepping in the traffic, or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you'd ever choose to do. Some people do walk in the traffic. Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean there are androids? Well, no, there aren't crazy androids. So, yeah. I guess my analogy doesn't hold up. That's okay. So, it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems. The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios. Breaking through the firewalls and encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Sarah? Most cars. It would depend on the center of gravity. Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. Those stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppression? What, ATST walkers? They got frickin' walkers? And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says... That can't be right. Look, Dawes. I was actually hoping you would tell me something about the software or the metadata. Who worked on it and when? Ah, right. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged. That doesn't sound very above board. Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or when. Any chance you can restore those logs? Not here, not with this machine. I'd need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas what those would be? Sarah? I cannot answer that question with any accuracy. Had a feeling you might say that. Ads, right? Sorry. I can tell you that the code is unique. There's hints of the A16 in there. A few of the same conclusions. It's just... Dr. Asher or whoever took very different paths to get there. So Sarah has even less in common with every other android on the inside. Sorry, didn't expect to hit a dead end here. Not at all. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. We've got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally we let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know? Oven. Gross. Alright, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit? She is. As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility. Right then. You fine with the designation Sarah? You can set it to anything you like. Well, actually... Never mind. Sarah will do fine. What was she gonna call her? Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. Do you want to reset the factory defaults? Could clear up a lot of quirks. Not right now. The last thing then is the grading. I'm reading 23 Tenetsia. Nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23? That's higher than I expected talking with it. She seemed more malleable than that. Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenet count from outward appearances has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. Used to be they only had 3 tenets total, and every unit had to have them. And then came the first accidents, and the first lawsuits, and the hearings of the legislature. And the demand for more tenets. A tenet making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. A tenet saying that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There's a campaign calling for a tenet to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There's a campaign calling for a tenet to do the opposite. Companies wanted their asses covered, customers wanted guarantees. There was never much incentive to deny a requested tenet, so the list just ballooned. Until the military entered the market in full force. It sounds like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to. Without clearing 5,000 lines of loaded hard-coded decision points to get there. I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenets, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Projects feeds Zenith Dynamics. The Supreme Court sided with the military's requests and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet. Changing tenets from a mandated list at the root of every ad source code to a choose-your-own checklist. It's funny, ads with the most tenets, so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenet counts are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like what you got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but what price could they have possibly? That's a lot of digits. You should know, these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even. If Sarah's really David's last and greatest work. They say something's a priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number... Try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. You spoke differently back there. Hmm? With Dawes, you spoke like he did, it seemed. Like I copied his accent? You seemed to mirror his effects, his tone. It's called being friendly. What's your point? It was just an observation. You can choose to keep those to yourself, you know. No tenet required. Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai? For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate? Any cop, or even just a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and see that it wasn't set up with any actual data. And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer. No, they would have arrested me, and put you in an evidence locker. An android can't get arrested? People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Great. You put us over the weight limit. I didn't know such... Morgan, Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Jung. Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now. Taking control of your elevator is very convenient, forceful, as if Noble is trying to directly steer your investigation. If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle. I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate. Or just let the elevator drop. I predict Sarah Detroits it. I don't know what that means. Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ. Executive Office, Jung. Hi, Jung. Hi. Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, is it? And here I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. Speak first, let us stew. Stew. Holy crap, Stewie. I'm Stew. Okay, doke. Let's stew. Silence is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long. I always like this time of day. Not too muggy for you? No, I never liked a clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me. You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year. As the air quality drops. Childish, isn't it? Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here. Dr. Jung. Just Miss is fine. Miss Jung, I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather. Jung. Hi, Jung. VP of Android Futures. Likes red meat, flower gardens, high thread counts. Dislikes working from home, shopping online, waiting. Languages, fluent in 3. Enjoys attending baseball games. Hidden talent, getting children to stop crying.
Which 3?
She's just fluent in 3. Actually, 3 is the name of the language.
I was gonna say 3 is a fucking language.
Yeah. No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you, though I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did, but as much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. Was Dawes of any help? She sent him? Trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative? He was great. But that must mean you know why I'm here. I don't want to make assumptions. No need, I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over. And every person I speak to. Yes, the lawyers made that all very clear. Lawyers? You have an android? It's not one of ours. You can tell that quickly? Got all the faces memorized? It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes. If you're nuts about your work, maybe. It's a recent acquisition. Very recent, in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently. David asked you to take it? I've been told that you've been to David's estate already. The police gave me full access to the scene. Then you know he wasn't alone last night. Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted. I was that witness. Really? Obviously. There aren't that many people David would bother meeting with in person. Let alone welcoming them into his home and offering them a drink. I also knew that Jung is his superior, on paper, though not in fame. And I knew that the witness had Executive Plan 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David.
Mm-hmm.
Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation? Of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak. I can't imagine why. The police cleared you. And you were well within your rights to ask for some privacy given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So, why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind? Eventually, you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record opened. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion. Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen. Touché. And... so perhaps the truth of the matter is I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well. You're doing this for my sake? No. My reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic. If she wants to play confessional, that's fine by me. But is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning, then? You went to his home last night? Yes, at around 7:30 p.m. The building's penumbra captured all of that quite clearly. He fell ill around 8 p.m., so you spent half an hour together. Why the late call? In person? We had had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturday, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens, so I visited. He let me in, and we talked. About? The good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago? Miss Young? Putting a number on it, it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels. We spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively and sharp, and I never would have thought that a few minutes later that he would be dead. That he would commit suicide in front of me. A firm reply. What happened? 8:15, he said he wanted to toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop, and then he must have went down into his basement to get us a bottle. I checked some messages in the meantime. Enjoyed the view. In other words, she stayed on camera. He came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank and we talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep. You tried to wake him? He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem... I left him and went to the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't think to use your phone? No. I suppose I didn't. But it worked out. The penumbra's emergency protocol summoned a VTOL straight to his helipad with 1 button press. When I returned to the parlor, he was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived. You went with them to the hospital, I take it? Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a tox screen, which came back clean. So did David's, for all the good it did him. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE SOP. That's what they're paid to do. You seem certain that it was suicide. Yes. Why? As I said, he got quieter as the time passed, and He spoke less. But the last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here. Said he was content. He downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop. Does that sound like David Asher to you? Curious, restless, perfectionist David? No. I guess it doesn't. Are we looking at a murderer here? Or is something else at play? I don't quite know, to be completely honest. You said CCE Standard Operating Procedure a moment ago. What is that? CCE stands for Counter-Corporate Espionage, which is just the industry doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense, you understand? So Numel anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned? They give us all kinds of CCE training. Subtly, of course. Usually disguised on the itinerary as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations. They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops. Are we looking at a murderer here? You play Evangeline Heartbreak Morgan. I know. Are we looking at 2 murderers then? Or 3 if we want to get Sarah involved. Murder is fairly rare at our level, more likely than they'll want us too sick to work. Let us drain company resources in a hospital bed while our position stays vacant. That's smart, like snipers purposefully avoiding vital areas to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's terrible! Like snipers purposefully avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's nothing compared to when they want us to turn an asset. Feel ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady. Or become our mole, and we'll send you the antidotes every 2 weeks. That's a nasty piece of work. It's a nasty line of work. Consulting. I'm sorry? That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on your CV. So every consultant I've met at a cocktail party was actually... It depends. Did they say that they're consultants? Or did they say they were in consulting? How the hell am I supposed to remember? So, do your people think that what happened to David was a deliberate attack? Numel's competitors have been trying to get to David for years. And that's the timescale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from a rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming. And they'd probably have struck first. I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups? There's a story there. David and I got hired around the same time, under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was inexperienced and overpaid. He must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. We didn't either back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiquated and self-defeating. The 2 of them made the 1-point doctrine. That's not the story I've heard in Numel commercials and Numel-sponsored media. I come to think of it, it's not a story I ever heard from David himself. We had this deadline, self-imposed, but still a deadline. Wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by end of day. 7 PM rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. The clock hits 9 and even the zombies start heading home. I turn to David, tell him that it's not gonna happen. We're nowhere near finished, and the day's long since been over. He looked at me like I'm the only other person on a sinking boat, and I've just stopped pitching water. And he says, "The president lives on the other side of the globe. We've still got all night until his end of day." We wrapped up at 4 in the morning, just us and the cleaning staff. Back then, only half of them were Eds. He finally sends the message, and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. We stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping that the harsh light would give us the energy to work for the next day. We got a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I'd been turned down so many times before then, ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted, but together, David and I, we'd finally gotten a win. So David asks if I've got anything to drink. I've got a bottle of some swill in a cabinet at my desk, but he doesn't want to drink from the bottle, says he wants to toast. So we sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we grabbed from the break room. Toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day at work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor, that was our little ritual. So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. It was ceremony for us. As VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you? That's correct. Didn't you join the company at around the same time? David was always more interested in his work than he was in climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game. So, was he unpopular around here? Not unpopular, no. Not the great Dr. David Asher. Misunderstood, perhaps. How so? He could be blunt. Demanding, some might say. He wasn't trying to be. It's just... not everyone could work at the same pace as he did, for as long as he did. Even with the whole company huffing those inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David. But speaking of which, I don't see any at Jung's desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So, you would say that his work-life balance was... Balance implies the two are at odds with one another. We use work-life harmony here at the company. Fascinating. So was he in harmony? No. David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. But I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject. Right. What do you mean? I had to help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double buckings. Scandalous. The A16 only entered production this year, correct? Correct. Pre-orders started last holiday and we began shipping in the first quarter. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of Warm Androids. I played my part supervising the launch, yes. Weren't you the one who designed cyanotonin? The factor that enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts? I'm surprised you've heard of that. I did lead that project, yes, but that was years ago. At the time, cyanotonin was little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it. Took the reins. He was lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters, and he designed the synthetic nerves that made all of that possible. David did all of that. That's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields? Did he fill those roles on the A14 or A15? No. He used to stick steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise, and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on more other departments, taking notes. Soon, he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas. And eventually, they came to follow his lead. Just like that. Just like that. So he just applied himself, and soon he was leading other departments? That's the kind of genius that Dr. David Asher was. Maybe they weren't paying him enough. The company profited the most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years. So, this android, Sarah. Even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it came from. It's not in any of our systems? I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project? Pet? No, he never gave me any indication like that. And if he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself, and anyone below him. Frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. He never mentioned me? No, never. Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card. The company's accounts are all merciless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humor anybody, not even David Asher. If they had ever detected financial discrepancies, there would have been an uproar loud enough you could hear it in the mailroom. You have a mailroom? Not since the 30s. Just a figure of speech. He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a racket. But no one would deny Dr. David Asher information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself. I don't understand it. It must have taken him years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal. Except the hacking stuff. So why keep it secret? I don't know. But he was private, and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results. Ouch. Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you. A difficult day for all of us. A message from Fran? I'm running out of leads to chase. The brat better have good news. Are you really going to take this to court? That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of. And is that what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide? I guess I haven't decided what I believe. In transit. Would you kindly slow the hell down? I'm sorry, Adonai. Was I walking too quickly for you? That wasn't walking. That was speed walking. Up 2 flights of stairs. It's very different. Speed walking? Sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like the Zen Jiao? Just let me catch my breath for a minute. Adonai, is it possible you are out of shape? No. But since we left the cab, your heart rate is... I'm not wearing the right clothes. Or the right shoes. Is that so? Yes. Also, I didn't stretch or hydrate, and the sun's reaching its zenith. That would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temp? You said it would be a short walk from street level, so I prepared myself mentally for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket. And you didn't mention we'd have to go upstairs. Are you sure this place is even back here? The reviews online were quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it. Maybe if you're a mountain climber. When I sent Fran hunting for a musician in David's circles, I expected them to bring me someone from the city orchestra or a jazz club. The champagne flute and teacup kind of musician. But this is the tequila and neon part of town. It should be in view if we turn... Adonai, be careful. Of what? It's a stray. And it's bearing its fangs, too. It could be carrying diseases. You should... relax. Adonai, it's growling. It's not growling at me. See? So it's just me that it doesn't like. Too much static. How'd you get it to calm down? It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be calm. Do you like animals? What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals? Do you have a pet? No, never have. Why not? Because I don't want to take care of a pet. That seems counterintuitive to me. Well, it makes perfect sense to me, and I don't need it to make sense to you. But, you notice you're only this talkative when it's just the two of us? Just an observation. You shy or something? Did David program you to have android anxiety? Morgan, shut up. I have a friggin' ping from friggin' server. Wow, you released something, that's cool. It's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Today I have rarely been addressed directly by people, other than you. This is true. Ray's kind of completely ignored her. In other words, you're shy. That is not what I... Can I try petting it? There's no law against it. Ultraviolets. There you go. Whoa. This is the establishment. Yo, let's go. I live here. Living here might be a nightmare. Now to see if Isaac Porter is as habitual as Fran claims.
Is this a Lego League hero?
Do you think Father was close with this man? This man who you've never met? I think he was close with him, yeah. At some point. I had some help making that deduction. Fran saw that their metadata showed a significant cooling of interaction between the two of them, particularly over the past month. But Fran also saw a phone call between the two last night. So they were close. Do you think they were sleeping together? That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about. Inappropriate? I don't know, it's always... I'm getting a very important text message from my private investigator, excuse me. Hi, Fran. Did you catch the killer yet? No. What the hell? I sent you his pose. I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to Porter yet. Anyways, there's no reason to suspect him right now. Lame. Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David Asher a corporate sellout in your eyes? Everyone's a corporate sellout. But Asher gets respect. If I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a really good architect. That's almost sweet. I think. Asher started out working in Cube. So, in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like, I don't know. As a kid, he built all his bricks by hand. Or something. You know that lit homework can help you with forming analogies. Eat this analogy. Did that come through or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger. I take a cube as a programming language. What's special about it? Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. Yeah, if something does go wrong, your errors get reported to you automatically. But not Cube. You can look it up. But basically Cube was originally for robotics and, like, machinery. Stuff that had to operate in mines. Under the ocean. Middle and nowhere field with zero signal service.
Message like me, message by message.
So Cube had to be self-sufficient. How rugged. Why'd I should learn Cube anyway? It's older than dirt. From like the 40s. I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something. Vague. Yeah, well, David didn't like to talk about his family. And I never asked. What did your private investigator have to say, Adonai? Not telling. People. Log. What kind of reading material gets left out in a club? A tabloid interview? Executives sit down with luxury. You've heard her name on everyone's lips. I haven't. You've seen her face in magazines and commercials. No, I haven't. And then double-check to make sure the photos weren't labeled as edited. Not really. Now get all your burning questions about her answered here in our exclusive interview with the mysterious young woman who's being called, in perhaps the only truly unanimous vote the net's ever seen, the most beautiful woman in the world. Why the name? People think it's an ego thing, but it was just a random username I picked back when I was at Grassroots. Then it was a pseudonym to give me a little shade from all the attention. Now it's a brand, and I can't change it without setting the stock market into a spin, so... You're certainly influential. After partnering with you, Intai saw a 3,000% increase in share price. Yay! I'm happy for them, of course, but to be honest, it's a pain at times like this. Suggestions towards her clothes, a plain white t-shirt and gym shorts with no branding visible. On anyone else, it might seem sloppy or even unflattering. On her, it only makes her natural beauty stand out that much more. Who are you wearing, by the way? I can't wear anyone unless I'm attending something. If I don't dress like this, all my sponsors fall into bidding wars every time I leave the house. Does it stress you, all that attention? Stress is bad for your skin, right? They say mine's flawless. Can't argue with that. So, do you have a skincare routine? Any tips you'd like to share? Be a little bratty. Act a little spoiled. Keeps you young. And how old are you exactly? Everyone's dying to know. 18 to 29. Now and forever. Don't get stuck on a cliffhanger like that. Hurry! Log in before so you can read the rest. Quickly! Time is running out!
And pay so you can not have us take all your cookies.
Stock market into a spin. 3,000% increase. Pain at times like this. No branding visible. Responsible bidding wars. Flawless skin. Well, however old she is or isn't, luxury's got one hell of a mind for business. It might do her more good than that face in the end. Maybe. It's one hell of a face. In the meantime, she's... I mean...
Powerful. 3,000% increase?
Yeah,
Come on.
3,000% stock increase. Like, sure people fight over her and shit, but, flawless skin. Pretty powerful. Sunrises are too meteoric even for the Megs to grab the reins on. At this point, Luxury's got them all at her mercy. She can send their stocks into disarray with one selfie. Good for her. Appraise. A bar, stocked full of colourful selections and busy bartenders. Hope this isn't the kind of club you can order food in. Only time bar food is any good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste and the gap between chewing and swallowing. So, you can, like, eat things. Yes, I can. What, like, Android food? There is no such product. So, what do androids eat? Online user guides for Noble Swarm models clarify that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whatever they need to eat, it's to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes. Sounds a lot like what mod users go through with their sports drinks and energy bars. And charges separation anxiety. According to the net, swarm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets if they need to forego electrical charging long-term. Processed pellets? You mean like kibble? Like dog food? No, it is not like dog food at all. Can you buy it from the pet store? It seems that you can. How is this something you have to look up anyway? Because I've always just seen whatever father gave me. Like what? Marbled beef. Never hydroponic avocados. Progress. Never hydroponic is a movement calling for sourcing food exclusively from farms, utilizing natural sunlight. Lobbyists use the movement have made unsubstantiated claims about superior taste or nutritional value. But the label has yet to receive official state recognition, and thus the presence of the term, or terms like it, on food packaging carries no weight and is not backed by any legal guarantee. One of a number of food sourcing movements that arose in the latter half of the 21st century as rising sea levels reduced the total amount of arable land around the world and shifted the global agriculture industry towards hydroponics and vertical farms, rural skyscrapers, where each floor is utilized for food production, saving on real estate costs and reducing the impact of unstable weather on agricultural output. That sort of thing. I am not paying for any of that. The stage for the talent. Pretty close to the floor. Guess it fits with the whole round table aspect of the place. Everyone's on more or less equal footing, dancing in the dark. Once you get past the bouncer. Do you think they might have met here? David and Potter? I can't see David walking in here. Because you found the walk so challenging? Because it's too loud to relax. You're not dark enough to be anonymous. I see. What's that face? You got an opinion to share? The atmosphere's not bad in here, but the music isn't quite... I'll find you a server to fill out before we leave. What kind of music does an android even like? Early 21st century punk rock. Is that just you, or does that go for all androids? I haven't met all androids. I can't speak for them.
Oh, she likes water parks.
I wonder what they'd say. If they're smart, they'd say that music peaked with early 21st century punk rock. Debate settled. Okay, yeah, that's him, alright. Hello.
Hell yeah.
Hello.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Definitely your type of character. Looks like he's killing time before his sets tonight. Are you unsure how to proceed, Adonai? I'm sure that you need to hang back. As for me, I'll play it cool, play it straight. Well, let's see.
I think this is the type of person where playing it cool would be the basic thing, and they much prefer things being played straight.
Rezo Fluff, real name unknown, first began working on Cube in 2044 as part of a student robotics project. Contra-fighter engineers utilized Cube during the 27-day siege to seize mechanized weapons from peacekeeping forces and cyber warfare operation that is frequently cited as the key reason as to why the siege lasted as long as it did. It's not been developed or supported since 2063 and is considered defunct. This is exactly why you saved? I see. Well, we can get a little past it. I kinda wanna play it straight. Isaac Potter? What's up? My name's Morgan. I was David's friend. Right now, I'm his lawyer. Can we talk? Depends. Were you a friend from work? No. Over here. Thanks, Isaac. Porter. September 18th. B+. Musician, bassist. Itineraries, grilling, champagne. Dislikes resistance training, produces. Dads. Oh, I don't like them. Best at gift giving. Worst at folding laundry. Favorite quote? I don't do requests. Don't thank me yet. I might just sit here, shut my mouth, and stick you in my tab. So, what kind of lawyer are you? What kind of friend? I'm his defense attorney. Think you missed the bus on that then, yeah? And I'm a friend that needs to know what happened yesterday. Doesn't everyone? Try somewhere else, friendly lawyer. Haven't seen him in weeks. You might not have seen him, but we both know that you spoke with him over the phone yesterday. Only a short time before he died. How the hell? Isaac, it's pretty obvious that you don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than necessary, so why don't we go to the chase? No lies, no playing coy. Fine. Sarah? Yes, Adonai? The hell? Is that thing transmitting? I am not streaming any data, no. Porter doesn't seem to recognize Sarah either. One more person David was keeping secrets from. I need to record everything for the court. Fine. You two were together, is that correct? We were together. I ended it. Oh! Oh! Okay. Yesterday. Oh! Oh! Alright. Care to elaborate? On our entire relationship? Look, you can tell me everything once, and I can get it on the record. Or you can hear the same questions over and over again from 1,000 different cops and Megs for the next 3 months. We met in the bar. I've seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else. Each time talking with his mouth, but not looking with his eyes. Ticked me off. Scribbling on napkins and letting a single gin and tonic sweat onto the table for 2 hours. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it 10 minutes. And he'd still sit there the rest of the night unfazed. Couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world. And he ticked me off. One night, things were slow, and my set had been cancelled, and this day I hadn't even bothered to think of an excuse before bailing, so I asked him why he'd insisted on coming there, night after night, just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in at a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. And he just said, because I like your music. Man, did that tick me off. It was cute early on. Him being so passionate about work I could barely pretend to understand. And I liked that we gave each other space, you know? Felt like we were being mature or whatever. Until? There was no until. No one day where everything turned sour. But at some point, I started to understand where his priorities were, and how I ranked in them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. I just wrongly assumed that he would also be that passionate about me at some point. So I pulled away a little. Wanted to see if he'd notice, if he'd miss me. Testing him, like that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. He never budged. I could ignore him for days and he wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. If I picked a fight, he'd never get angry or upset, he'd just apologize. He didn't want to fight with me. Guess he was never invested enough to bother. It was my mistake. I watched him sit there all those nights, not giving a shit when people walked away, and still I had this stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I would be different. That I would be special. But I wasn't, so I ended it. Last night. I called him. Didn't expect he'd pick up. I had everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant or ad or whatever. But he answered. First ring. without hesitation, shame, or awkwardness. And that ticked me off. So I told him exactly how valued he had made me feel the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David Asher. And what did he say? He apologized. And then he asked me if that was all I called to tell him. Woof. I hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped in warm disdain for him and his coldness. It made that easy for me. I went to sleep hurt, but clean, ready for something new. And then this morning I wake up to see that my ex killed himself not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't. What the hell, man? I'm sure Sarah is having a great experience. This is heavy. What the hell, David? And now, you're just the tip of an iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards. Parasites who want to hear about the man who sent David Asher over the edge. I never wanted to be his last lifeline or the straw that broke his back. I just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out that was asking for too much. It's yet to be determined whether David committed suicide. You serious? You don't have all the facts. And you do? Any one of them point to anything else? Sarah is like 2. Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it? No summons? The court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that. The court, huh? Sorry to bother you at work. Sarah, let's go. Your discography is very impressive. Yeah, thanks. And your range is remarkable. So, it pained me to see that all your works in the last quarter have been so melancholy. I think... What the hell would you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find the words? Need to steal them from somewhere first, butcher them before shitting them back out?
Oh.
I was not trained on any datasets that... Nah, pardon me. My mistake, really. Not your fault, you're only standing there because rich prick nerds were allowed to rob the world blind for most of the century. Sarah, we're leaving. Ouch. What the hell was that about? He was under the false impression that I was programmed using a massive automated learning model, an early 21st century... Not that, why'd you talk to him? I wanted to... I just felt that I should say something to him. A word of advice. People don't want comfort from strangers, especially when they're androids. They want it from the people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else, it's just corn syrup on a parched tongue. Doesn't matter how sweet it is, I'll just start gagging. You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai? Compared to you, I'm a goddamn savant. Come on, there's not much time left. Is there still somewhere you want to investigate? Somewhere I need to return to, actually. Porter was right. As things stand, I don't have any evidence that could establish an alternative interpretation of the facts. But if there did exist half evidence that could prove his death wasn't a suicide, there's only one place I could find it at this point. Be nice to Sarah, please. She entered the outside world like 10 hours ago. The basement. You sure you don't want another look at the crime scene? I'm all out of time. Gotta approach this from the other angle. The other angle? You know, inductive versus deductive. Flip the chessboard and all that. Haven't you ever read a mystery novel? I've seen mystery films. Well, let's see if you paid any attention then. What killed David Asher? Poison. 10 points. There's a point system? Now, how did that poison get into his bloodstream? He must have ingested it orally. And how do we know that? The medical examiner found no injection marks or wounds. And if he had inhaled it? Inhaled it? Why? Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them. I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice. Practice by answering my question. I suppose it's possible, but highly unlikely. We would have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler. Right, an airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area. And no one around David has shown any kind of symptoms. So all we're left is oral intake. Eliminating the impossible. What's next, Adonai? Jung's corroborated statement was that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behavior until he started drinking that night. I really love when Sarah mirrors Morgan's thinking pose. She's so cute. And the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food or drink in his home. Except for his cup. The results were inconclusive. Jung was drinking from the same bottle and the same type of cup, but didn't get sick. You have to conclude then that David's cup alone was poisoned. That all seems logical, and consistent with the police's theory of suicide. So why are we down here? Minus 10 points. Back to 0? David left the parlor and came back with whiskey and 2 cups. Jung told us as much, and apparently the cameras upstairs support her story. So we have to conclude then that he got them both from this bar? Better. 5 points. The small victories. Did he also get the poison from the cabinet? The police have been in here since we left. According to the ARCS file, they didn't find anything that matches the poison down here. So the poison somehow went straight into his drinking cup then. I need to flip this around again. But if you turn something 360 degrees, you're just back to... If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself. He wouldn't do that. And you can make that claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera? From 7:36 PM to 7:40 PM when he left the parlor to get liquor from this bar. So if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes, and he didn't poison himself in that time, he would have a perfect alibi for the crime, proving his innocence. But, Adonai, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here. I think there are.
Oh.
What do you mean? This whole building is coded head to toe in penumbra security systems courtesy of Numel. Every console, every corner, every android on every floor. It's all plugged into penumbra. Except that. That panel is manufactured by Cotta Security Systems. Why would David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse? I've never given it much thought. Well, it's been bothering me all day. But my curiosity alone can't scale a 64-digit wall. You mean signal hijacking, or whatever you want to call it. Have you tried it before? It is illegal and unnecessary. Father would not... He would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home. At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can, now that you're registered to me. But aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence? Eliminate the impossible. I will need your express verbal command. Not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. Did you really need me to say that? For the purposes of record keeping, yes. If you have gone past the 64-digit code, and I have found cameras, there are a number of them embedded in the room's walls and ceilings. As you theorize, they are on a separate network from the rest of the building. Where are they feeding it to, if not the penumbra system? Behind my hibernation unit. A false wall in the back of a safe. I don't understand. Why would Father possibly have a hidden system of cameras inside his own home? Beats me. He was brilliant, and more than a little odd. Forming a little money, and odd becomes eccentric. I see, I think. I don't. The hell was he thinking? What was he afraid of? Why didn't he come to me for... Time short. Gather facts now and leave a computation for later.
What if he was afraid of Morgan?
Afraid of Morgan? What did David even do with all this equipment? Dry his laundry? What makes you so sure he wasn't exercising? Did you ever see him use any of this crap? No, but he must have used the weights when I wasn't looking, since he promised me that he'd take better care of his health. Sarah, these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put up numbers like these even if he was piloting a frame. Don't be so sure, Adonai. Pardon? The following is a true story based on primary sources who were present for the event and its aftermath. Wait, what? Copenhagen, 1981, 8:10 AM local time. A towering man with the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player enters a global dank bank on Fredericksburg Lane. He explains to the bank teller that he has a bomb in his suitcase and that he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. A security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings. But the man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive dinner plate-sized hands. When asked to describe the suspect to the police afterwards, the teller had only this to say. That man was all muscle. The rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident, and the man exits the building just as police arrive on the scene when suddenly his suitcase explodes. But it's just a smokescreen. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush towards the door, grabbing each of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perpetrator. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man, barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got there. Renowned psychologists and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer wrote the following in his diagnosis. Acute dissociative identity disorder. That's right. The man had a split personality. And so great was the disparity between his two halves that when they switched control, he physically changed, becoming taller, bulkier, and capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength. So be careful what you say a man like Father can't do, just because of how he looks on the outside. Sarah, every single word you just said was false. Huh? Don't believe everything you read on the net. I was gonna say, DID can't physically change you, right?
Why is the car...
I mean, not in the way that was just described.
Why is the car unremarkable?
No clue. Must just be his car. I don't know.
You can't just put a fucking set piece like that in here and not have a story or an analysis or even a sentence from Morgan about it.
Peruse. The liquor cabinet this mystery hinges on. The police have been through it all by now, and they didn't find foreign contents in any of the spirits. No poison to be found here. Well, not that kind of poison anyway. In which case... Can I make you anything? Well, if you're offering, I'll have... Sorry, you're way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever? Technically. Took that one a lot worse than I expected. Cheer up. Maybe you'll find a mocktail if you climb to the top of the ladder. This is a rolling ladder, a kind of step ladder, not a ladder. What? Remember, a ladder extends, but a step ladder folds out. And? It's important to know the distinction. I bet my life savings with this subject will never come up again, ever. It's gonna, isn't it? I bet my life savings that that subject is gonna come up again. I'm fucking telling you now. I tell you this and I tell you this now. It's gonna come up again. Watch. Take in painting. So is that the original? It was appraised and confirmed to be genuine. At least he didn't get ripped off. I'm a Philistine when it comes to this kind of stuff. What does an android see? I see a meeting. Or perhaps an encounter? Two apex forces of nature, two kings of the forest, the stag and the tiger. The architect and the builder. I think. Great. I'm officially less cultured than the robot. You wear razors with you instead of Sarah and you can investigate the car. Need I say more? Oh no! What am I missing here? The crack. What's the story with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation? I don't know. I've never noticed that crack before. Might want to get those eyes checked. There's nothing wrong with my vision. This crack just must have been created during my recent hibernation. How?
Oh.
Did David drop away a bunch of times over and over in the same spot? Alright, let's refocus here. So there's some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh? Essentially, a bunk bed would imply a second or third. How do we open it? One moment. I see. Got it open already? I cannot open this door. Why? It is a Tethys basic Sternicure. That anti-hack feature in the name is real? It's a closed system, Adonai. How am I supposed to do now? Strange. There was an if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters. I don't follow. When Thada last adjusted the settings here, he made it so that the door would never open so long as I was hibernating. And he made it so that I was the only one who could wake her up. Meaning this is a door that only I can open? It'll be a 6-character password, some combination of numbers or letters. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around a 6-letter word? Nothing comes to mind. Is there a code word that he knew only I could learn? Wait, what?
Ladder. No.
Ladder.
No.
No dice. Wait, what am I supposed to get from this? Hold on. Jim's story. That's got nothing to do with us, so... The Sarah valuation. Totals to a very large sum. A whiskey spill. Now hold the fuck. Lamau. It has to be something I just read. Liquor. No.
Adonai.
Could it be your birthday or his? If David set the password to something as dumb as that, I'll never forgive him. As you say, Adonai. No, he would have picked a code whose significance was only obvious after the fact. No fucking shot! I'm genius! It's opening! What was the password, Adonai? You'd never guess. Dude. Did feel a bit out of character, David utilizing so much cloak and dagger tech. And I've definitely been struggling with the idea of him doing home improvement. But one step in here and it all makes sense. It's a panic room. It's scary. A panic room is a place for rich people to hide in when people start bouncing bricks off their windows. They're typically not even on the blueprints. So when Numel built this penthouse, one of their executives, someone slipped this into the mix, and it's remained in Numel's blind spot ever since. Look back at the screen at precisely the wrong moment. No! All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all of this. I don't want to miss my one chance because of a discovery technicality. I understand, but you needn't specify. My memory is flawless. I can play back visuals, sounds, sensations. I can even give detailed reports on air particulates. You mean you can smell? Better than any human, and some canines. So, does it smell stale in here to you? Stale? It doesn't to me. Almost like someone's been in here recently. Almost like someone visits here frequently. Alright, let's try booting up the computer. You don't think the console is password protected? 2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, a half-ton Android, and a secret phrase. If David set a password on his PC after all that, I'll run back to the morgue to have a word with him. Good, it's already signed in. You're looking for camera footage? I'd also settle for a note plainly stating that he feared for his life. What am I doing? Here, you search for video files. They'll probably be timestamped and formatted for short range devices. I have the subfolder. The cameras stream live data constantly, but the files are clipped at fairly regular intervals. Once every week, it seems. The most recent video file here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday at around 4 PM. You were asleep then, so the only person who would get in here at the time is David himself. Alright, let's see it then. Of course, it's just that I am having difficulty. Try double-clicking? I have been trying to open the files from the moment I discovered them, Adonai. But they are encrypted. Damn it, David. You leave me enough clues to get this far, but you won't let me use your computer? What's the brand on the encryption program? If I rush a subpowner, they might have a backdoor I could bluff them into. These files were not encrypted with any commercially available tool. This appears to be Father's own work. Shit. If David Asher handwrote the encryption on these files, there's no one alive who could... Hey. Was Dawes just flattering you back there? Or is your processing power really that special? Adonai, Can you break his encryption, yes or no? With enough time. And how much time would that be? I would estimate it at 2 to 6 hours. That's a 4-hour window. No matter how sophisticated, encryption is still just a code that must be deciphered. And when deciphering any code, progress proceeds exponentially. Which makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process. 2 to 6 hours. I don't have any better options. Get started. I started 4 minutes and 23 seconds ago. Finally showing some initiative. But you've been talking to me this whole time. I have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing subconscious processes so long as the work required is rote. So you're doing it in the back of your head? Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head. I could give the decryption process in my full, undivided attention, but I've become non-responsive. That's a pretty nifty feature, I'll have to keep that in mind. Alright, could you take this show on the road, or do we have to rip this computer out the wall and find a battery? I've copied the encrypted files and we'll work on them as we travel. You can leave whenever you're ready. Still can't believe David let me get this far, just to shut the door in my face at the last second. But he did let me get this far. And the computer's not the only thing in here. The cabinets are a lot less eye-catching than his computer, but knowing David, that's all the more reason to check. Lots of paperwork, bonds and holdings. A platinum bar? His birth certificate might be nearly as valuable. Can't imagine what people would pay to steal David Ash's identity. And down here at the bottom, a binder. Numel's logo on the front, in the middle, enough pages to dwarf one of those phone books you see in period pieces. They're masking it in legalese even on the table of contents, but basically, this is his employee contract. Hold on to this for me. It must be very important if you're giving it to me. It's certainly very heavy. Was there anything else in there? Expecting an updated copy of his will to show up? It is a possibility, isn't it? Maybe in a corny old murder mystery. A widely beloved and respected genre with over 2 centuries of... There is something else. Your papers. That Evangeline Morgan be given immediate and complete ownership of the android designated Sarah. It's dated to a few weeks back. That had he already made up his mind about all of this? If he had, why did he hide this where no one else could find it? Was I just a backup plan? Well, at least we've got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word now. Her word should be plenty, shouldn't it? Not if people realize how precious you are. As a collector's item? We've yet to meet one person who knows what the hell you are. But Numel could have easily argued that you fall under private technology or physical holdings. Unless I had something like this. It's good that you do then. I'm glad the father wanted me to go with a friend of his. Yeah. This will get me a huge tax write-off when I donate you to a for-profit college. You could at least pick a charitable institution. It's just an old saying. All colleges have been for-profit since the 60s. That doesn't make me feel any better. You can cheer up in the car. Hail us a ride to the courthouse. Priority. There is an upcharge at this hour for priority transportation. That's irritating. But I'd like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there. The upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7. I'll prepare on the way over. Very good, Adonai. Car again.
Oh no, back in Shadow the Hedgehog.
Hello. Alright. 23:08. This will have to be where I call it for tonight.
Oh shit, I need to eat and shower.
Say progress.
Oh fuck.
You haven't
no.
ate?
No.
Why?
I haven't stepped away from the bloody microphone, have I?
Why? Are you
I
that
don't know.
captivated?
I got fucking ADHD. I don't get told I need
ADHD?
to eat until I...
I can't. Snake
It doesn't
eyes.
tell me I need... My brain doesn't tell me I need to eat. It doesn't tell me I need to stop eating. Nothing until it's already too late.
Ah, shit.
Not too
dude.
late, but almost.
Well, that's a bit of a problem. We're quite busy tomorrow.
Ah, they're fine. I've not fallen asleep before 1 AM for the past 2 weeks. Thank fuck I'm going into a less busy month.
I don't keep track of it myself. But I don't fall asleep till past midnight usually either.
I mean, to be fair, with the type of month I've had, I've also had to keep track of every single day and what's been happening.
My throat is really, really dry. I need to go get a drink. Anyways, thank you so much for joining tonight, chat. I'm very excited to continue this game. The characters and the story are all so good, and the little quips are as well. I'm having so much fun. Alright. Next week, I'll be back at probably the same times. I will finish episode 1 and 2 before Thursday next week. Yes, you do that. In the meantime, I'm probably going to be busy with other stuff. It's peak. It's peak. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree.
Okay,
All
goodbye,
right.
good night. Oh no.
have a great rest of your week, guys, and I'll catch you next week for more of the devil. See you then.